homes, one roof at a time.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. Taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Uptown Nauer Theater in Westchester with Norm Klar and Brendan Donegan, Thursday, January 15th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Oh! Start your collectible coin journey today with the first ever Seuss coin. Hip, hip, hooray! The Grinch is here for all to see. DrSeussCoins.com kicks off your collecting spree. Now, for the first time ever, Rare Collectibles TV has licensed Dr. Seuss's beloved creations, making them come to life on collectible, adorable coins. Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 examples have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com, DrSeussCoins.com.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
Live local, Dawn Stensland. I hope you had a wonderful, blessed Thanksgiving feast and holiday fun with family. How was it? I was off the entire week, and we got so much done. I was in North Carolina. Saw David's Wizard of Oz. He was playing, and not for school, local theater, and did his laundry in the dorm because the dorm was shutting down. Oh, my gosh.
So did she let
Dan.
it build up and just give you a giant bag of laundry like I did my mother?
It wasn't like that.
No?
It was that he had put all the laundry in, and then it was like taking forever.
Okay.
And then it was he had it in the dryers, but the comfort, everything.
Wait. So he threw the laundry in before you got there and expected you to do the rest?
No, he didn't. He was beside himself because he had a show. So then his friend was going to, not a roommate, but a friend, like a guy, came over and was going to try to help out. And I was like, you guys just go. I'll finish the laundry.
Yeah, I'm sure he was going to come over and help out.
No, he was already there. He was already there.
Yeah.
I'm telling the truth. So
I think that was all an elaborate hoax for your son to get you to do your laundry there, Dawn.
No, they were genuine. They would have just. Are you kidding me? They would have just left.
The entire show was a plan to get you to come down and do laundry. The community theater.
It worked.
Yes, yeah.
The local Carolina Theater, historic. It was a lot of fun, and I forgot how much I loved The Wizard of Oz. So he played.
Do you though?
I do.
Do you?
I actually, in a theater. I love theater. I love live theater.
Okay. Was it Wicked or was it Wizard of Oz?
No, not Wicked. The actual Wizard of Oz.
What was he?
We're off to see the wizard. So this is why he didn't want us to come down there to North Carolina, to Greensboro, because he kept saying, I wasn't the lion, I wasn't the scarecrow, I wasn't the Tin Man. I tried out for those, but he was like, he had so many roles.
Mm-hmm.
So he was a singer in the group, like the main group, as they were like the chorus. He was also the guard with the big poofy hat. I should have sent you videos, but he was like, hey-oh, hey-oh. And he was the guy who then says, the Wicked Witch is dead. You know, that one. He had like 5 different main roles.
That's great.
So he actually had more. He was great. So
that's awesome. And I mean, it's a long-standing historic theater down there. I can't imagine that he'd walk in and get one of the main roles. I mean,
and
he's a fantastic actor, but he's that dang Yankee from up north.
Yeah. No, but I mean, some of them, like the Cowardly Lion guy, is a local actor who had tried out for it, who looks exactly, the original Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, with like
looked exactly like that guy.
Yeah, like the round nose.
Yeah.
Okay.
The whole thing. Yeah. Anyway, but it was that was a lot of fun. But then
they're all kind of like older too, are they not?
Well, not the Scarecrow. The Scarecrow was a kid who was like a teenager, like in a local. I think he's a local high school, but he does gymnastics. So he was so physical, like a rubber band.
And
you know what I mean?
Like the flips and the heel kicks and all that.
It's amazing.
That's cool.
So it was sweet though. How about you and Maisie?
We hosted our first ever family
Woo-hoo!
Thanksgiving. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. We had the in-laws over, and I cooked a nice potato au gratin. That was fantastic. It was the winner of the sides, I must say.
Nice.
Beautiful turkey, moist breast, and then leftovers throughout the rest of the weekend. It's actually my birthday on Saturday, the 29th. So I'm now 36 years old. So I celebrated that by going to a 5-year-old's birthday party, which was nice. Now I'm back, and it's great to be back with you, Dawn. I missed you last week. Linda Kearns did a fantastic job, though.
Woohoo! Thank you, Linda.
G-Love join us live, and it was a lot of fun having her.
Thank you, and happy birthday. Isn't it funny how your birthday, now that you're a dad, it becomes, I don't know, everything about you and Maisie. None of it matters as much.
No, it doesn't.
You know?
And it's one of those. I was texting my friend about it because I actually missed wishing him a happy birthday. I said happy belated. He's like, dude, I hardly even remembered it myself. It's,
oh my
when you get to this age and you're a guy. And
this age.
Yeah. I'm an old guy. I'm an old man. Yeah.
Well, we shout out to all my relatives. So, the Manischettis, Mike Manischetti, Jeannie.
Ooh, did they?
They cooked, but it was at the Logans. And thank you for all your prayers for my sister-in-law, Kathleen, who's been battling cancer.
Ooh.
She was able to make it.
Oh, that's amazing.
And so, keep the prayers coming.
Did you guys drink Manischewitz at the Manischettis? I mean, that should be a holiday tradition.
I know, right? So funny. But last night was a nightmare, I have to tell you, because David had a late flight out.
Mm-hmm.
PHL was a freaking zoo. The Schuylkill, I mean, there were accidents everywhere with the rain. Was anybody caught up in that hot mess? Lincoln Drive, 76 East and West. And so I went the blue route, 470, took 95 to try to get to the airport, Waze, everything. So got him there in plenty of time, obviously, but then mechanical problems. Because all the flights were delayed with a domino effect Saturday, but we thought he was going to be okay. But then American Airlines, he ended up sitting there. I think he finally got back to North Carolina like midnight and had class first thing this morning. But I will tell you that I was looking this up, and under these new rules, which are in effect, that passengers are entitled to automatic refunds for flights which are canceled, significantly delayed, or experience quote unquote significant change for any reason including factors like weather. But because this was mechanical, I was counting this down. So I have to, it went right down to the wire, because if the departure or arrival time is more than 3 hours domestically, 6 hours internationally, you get a cash refund. And then they have to give out all these vouchers. But you have to request it. And so you have to make sure that you know all these new rules. So I just want to give you a heads up. So I'm looking at this because technically, I think that American Airlines took this right down to the wire, because when they boarded the plane, it was like right around that 3 hour period. Otherwise, they have to give everybody on board a refund or some kind of voucher, cash back.
The pressure was on.
I know. So they know this, but a lot of people, you may not know your rights because these have just gone into effect. So at the very least, though, they owe you at least a $20 voucher.
Ooh.
And then as well, because he missed the shuttle back from Raleigh-Durham, it's an hour. So I paid, to add insult to injury, it was like $130 for the Uber to get him back to campus. And so are they liable for that? So I'm looking into, are we due any moolah? So you need to know your rights, and I need to do more on this too. And I'll let you know.
Did you fly yourself, or did he just fly?
No. He flew. I took him to we were just.
Because I'm curious if you noticed a difference since they announced that they're asking pleasantly for individuals who are flying to dress properly on flights. And I was curious whether or not you noticed a change on the flight.
I did not. Well, I've never really seen people dressing inappropriately.
What?
I haven't.
Because you fly first class and you.
No, I do. I never
you don't fly Frontier or.
No. I flew the last time around. I flew Frontier, actually flying down there.
Mm-hmm.
I flew Frontier, which is why David took American Airlines yesterday, because don't even get me started on Frontier. Okay.
So you didn't.
This woman. Does your bag fit in the thing? And then she literally gets off. Has this happened to you? Because on Thanksgiving, this was our conversation. We didn't talk about politics. We all ripped on Frontier Airlines. Because these people that need a life, and they're like, does your bag fit?
It's a power trip.
It's a power trip. And they're demeaning and demoralizing and make sure that it fits in the thing, which it did fit, but they make you jam your bag into this bread box, like your grandma's old antique bread box. Man, I was like, whoa, Frontier Airlines. I'm so mad at that.
So back in 2022, this is verifiable on Cron 4 and such. This is a headline. Frontier Airlines confirms gate agent, quote, incentive for increased baggage fees after viral TikTok. So it went around a couple years ago that those people that were harassing you are actually incentivized to do so by the airline. Yay.
But can I just tell you something, though? We talked about this Thanksgiving, Dan Borowski, that I said, okay, let's say I'm going to get a $10 or $20, whatever they get. It's like $10 a pop if they catch you.
$10 commission.
Right? It's a little commish.
Yep.
I'm going to be like this. I'm so sorry. It's not my rule. It's for safety. And I'm so, I would be nice and apologetic to someone. Thank you so much.
No.
But they live for this. They're like, does it fit? And they make you fit it in, jam your nice bag into the thing, and then you comply, right? You have to. And then she's like, oh, and this is my pocketbook. I don't know if you can see this. This is the pocketbook right here. Can you see this?
YouTube.com/@12WPHT.
This is the pocketbook that I had kind of around my shoulder. And then she's like, and that has to fit. Now, this is like a little clutch. Clearly it was going to fit in my carry-on, but she wanted me to demonstrate this little, it's like a little bigger than an iPhone, let's say, and pretty flat. I need to see that bag, your smaller bag. I need to see that fitting into which I did. I had to unzip, and then you fit it in. You're like, okay, are you happy? Because they're just so nasty.
I'm watching you, Wazowski. Always watching.
Yes. It's like the warden in Monsters, Inc. Or it reminded me of the Wicked Witch. My pretty. You know what I mean? I felt like it was like the Wicked Witch from Wizard of Oz. And I was like, Dorothy, Toady and Toto.
I'll get you, my pretty, and your little dog, too.
No, and we get on the plane, and David was like, Mom, you were too nice. That she lives for that. She was just gross. She was a bee. She was blah, 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 you know. And we griped about them for half the flight. The TSA
That's
people.
about right for flying felt.
Yes, but by the way, TSA has gotten they are so nice. I don't know if it's Christy Nome, don't you know? Trying to say like everybody be nice.
Given those,
TSA, they're so nice.
$10,000 things. Yeah.
I don't know. They got their bonuses.
That wasn't TSA. That was the air traffic controller.
Yeah, that's true. Did TSA get a bonus?
I don't know.
They got they got something. They deserve it.
You think so?
Yeah. The thing is, here's a reason, Dan, I would not go work for the TSA or even law enforcement. I don't want to touch people. I don't want to arrest people. Can you imagine that? What would that premise be like if you were like TSA, but like, I can't touch people? Or like if you're like a cop, I'd be like, I don't want to arrest you because I really don't want to touch you, right? I don't want to touch people because what if they have lice or they have like scabies or something? You can catch that.
People don't have scabies anymore.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
I just read about that. Scabies. Also, did you know if somebody has like the wart HPV, like they have a wart on their body, which is the HPV virus, and you touch them, you will get warts. So if I were like a police officer, I'd be like, look, I don't want to touch you. Just, you know what I mean? Show me your ID and go on your merry way.
And that's being
I would be the worst cop.
I mean, imagine the things they face up in Kensington.
It's nasty.
Which I'm sure our next guests are familiar with as well.
Frank and Ian, were they ever touching anyone? Our Surge Philly
people
guys.
touch them more than them touch them.
Yeah, it's gross. This is the Dawn Show. Thanks for being here. It really is good. I missed you. Good to be back with you. 855-839-1210. If you have a horror story, Frontier Airlines, shame. We'll be right back.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by Consumer Cellular.
Why not give the child in your life the gift of investing this holiday season? Financial advisor Ed Jertson says you can set up a low-cost brokerage account with a few simple investments and then watch the money grow with consistent contributions.
So they can see the eighth wonder of the world, the miracle of compounding over the months and years to come.
Unlike toys or clothes, he says, the investment account will build value for years. I'm Rob Hart.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Gold is around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar on the spot. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. If it's valuable, they're buying it. Just walk in, get a free appraisal, and walk out with cash in your hand. They're also buying pre-1964 silver coins, flatware, sterling silverware stamped 925, coin collections, gold, silver, foreign, and domestic. Plus, they've been in business over 30 years. With thousands of prior happy customers, licensed, bonded, state-certified scales, highest tech equipment, employees with GIA certifications. Estates Roadshow is happening 5 days only, Monday through Friday in Cherry Hill at the Doubletree Hotel, in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, and in Media at the Hampton Inn. Gold is hot right now, so get yourself some cash for the holidays. Go to estatesroadshow.com. estatesroadshow.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Little Philadelphia freedom. Oh, we're not going to get freedom from the winter storm headed to eastern Pennsylvania. Snowfall estimates. See, they do these headlines that Pennsylvania is predicted to get up to 4 inches of snow tomorrow. But in our area, I don't know. It looks like we're going to get rain. Sorry, kids. Wouldn't it be nice to get a snow day? They're saying rain for our region here in the Philadelphia, South Jersey area, but you never know. Could be snow. How many times do they tell us we're going to get rain and then we get bombarded? So make sure everything's charged this evening. Oh, my goodness. Wouldn't it be nice? I am dreaming of a white Philadelphia with the snowfall early. That'd be so much fun.
Really? No.
I am.
No.
I would love it.
No.
Tomorrow?
No.
Because here's why Dan is saying this. Because, see, the snow wouldn't start until like 6 a.m. and then we'd all get stuck here.
Yep.
Together.
I don't want that.
You see what I'm saying?
I'm okay without that. I mean, we won't have Frank and Ian there. So
I know.
Just be me and you bumming around.
We'd be, yeah.
Not
Surge
them to
Philly,
entertain us.
Snowfall.
How are you doing? Thank you for having us on
guys?
again. We appreciate it.
Absolutely.
It's good
Frank
to be
and
back.
Ian. It's good. Did you guys have a good Thanksgiving?
Yeah, it was
we
awesome.
did. Very
You did?
refreshing. Yes.
Refreshing.
Hold on. Do you guys like get into it with your family members over politics?
So actually, I walked in the door and got told immedately that my aunt was not a feminist, which was interesting.
Wait.
It was a good conversation.
Hold on.
But
That was the first thing
I think I need a little bit more context.
Yeah.
there.
Was there like a conversation persisting?
Yeah. how's
So,
that?
so a lady, and it's not actually my aunt, but like extended family.
Okay.
I walked in and they said, I'm not a feminist. I worked all my life in like business, and I've never liked the feminist movement because I've always, as a woman, done what I had to do. I always defended myself, and I never had a problem.
Okay.
And I was like, that's awesome. But it just came unprompted.
Yeah, do you walk around with like a
my...
confessional booth? Like,
I love it.
Step in and give me your political confessions? Or?
Very
awesome.
interesting. I was pretty surprised by it. Other than that, some people, you know, told us about their support for Surge Philly, but it was a great Thanksgiving. It was an awesome Thanksgiving. How about you? How was your Thanksgiving?
Well, it's Dan's birthday.
Happy birthday.
Birthday boy right here.
Woohoo.
A little belated.
A little belated, but it was over the weekend.
36 old guys.
So technically, well, to them,
36 years young.
Yeah.
There you go.
See,
That's what
they're
I like to
already
hear. That's what I like to
very
hear.
diplomatic.
6'7".
So Frank Scales, Ian McGinnis in the house, Surge Philly. So did you guys still now? How do things work? Because in Philadelphia, we're all decked out, right? Love Park and everything. So has the holiday season made things nicer for you guys?
Is there the holiday village?
No.
You know what I mean?
We were assaulted last week in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, the Christmas spirit isn't, in everybody this
It's a little
holiday
Grinchish.
season. Yeah, it's a little,
Really?
Yeah, a lot of people are getting cold this year, to say the least.
Not at the Union Station in Washington, D.C., where they have a permanent Antifa encampment. They are not feeling the holiday spirit from what we have seen. But in Philadelphia, we have, really appreciated being back in Philly when we come back from different places like Washington or New York. Because in this city, we've been kind of sheltered from a lot of the things happening in cities across America. Not to say we don't have our problems, but we're a lot better than some other places, and we need to keep it that way.
Yeah.
We need to keep Philadelphia a great place.
And that's, a big part of why we started doing this with Surge Philly is because we know that Philly is a great city and the potential that it has.
Mm-hmm.
And what Frank said, we really have been sheltered here. In Washington, D.C., Antifa is running rampant. You'll probably see a couple of our videos showing that. New York, nobody speaks English in New York.
Oh, my goodness. That's why people are moving here.
Yeah, exactly. So we got to just make sure, Philly stays relatively, with common sense because we cannot have another New York on our hands.
Thank you.
And I do indeed have all those videos that you guys sent over today.
Awesome.
Showing the violence down there in D.C. particularly.
Oh, yeah.
Remove the regime protest is where I think you spent a lot of your time.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah, they had a
You
march.
want to tell us about it?
Oh, yeah.
What happened?
So we went, it started at the Lincoln Memorial. They had the Dropkick Murphys playing there, and then they marched to Congress. So
the Dropkick Murphys marched to Congress?
Yeah.
Dang.
It was, they definitely had the festivities out for Antifa, but about 1,000 people were rallied outside the Lincoln Memorial. They had a bunch of speakers, a lot of people saying, "Where were you when the Constitution was being burned?" So, they had a lot to say. Not very substantive, but nonetheless, they marched to Congress. And while we were marching to Congress, we got a lot of interviews with people. So we got some interesting stuff to play.
They have a lot to scream about, but they don't have much to say in interview formats. And something I was thinking, and Ian was too, is if I'm protesting for a cause, I'm going to be excited to talk to the press, excited to share my message. But this is not true for these Antifa protesters.
Mm-hmm.
They either don't know why they're protesting or don't know the basics of their arguments, or they get violent. And they did both of those things last week in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, and so this is a piece of it. I mean, that's when we talk about having the conversation and being part of the conversation. And by the way, this is what Charlie Kirk, what he advocated for and preached about was let's have a conversation.
Yep.
The far left progressives, I'm not even talking about liberals or Democrats.
Oh, yeah.
Because they've been hijacked completely by these way far left
The
progressives.
base has been too
Yeah.
far radicalized. And, we see that at these protests we show up to. You could pick any one of these people out of a crowd. Yeah, see, look at this.
You just hit me with the sign, right?
A lot of this security has weapons. You should get the fuck out of here.
What are you going to do?
You're a nobody. You're a nobody. You're a little cuck nobody, and so
Are you going to use weapons?
No. We might.
So they're-
we might. You want
Really?
to find out?
You got cops right over there. They're nobody.
Do you support that message?
Nobody, Ben.
I support you leaving.
We're not going to leave.
This is a
Okay, so he is
blonde-headed white dude in a rat tail. Rat tails went out decades ago.
you see
In an
this effigy?
Antifa
Look at
shirt.
this.
Yeah.
They're,
In
they're
an Antifa
dragging a
shirt.
dead Trump by the
Yeah,
neck.
look at this.
Oh my
and
gosh.
DHS agents, too.
So let's describe what we have here. So it's like a mannequin or something
Yeah,
dressed
it's-
as President Trump in a
Mhm.
blue suit, and they have it strung up with a red noose around the neck. dragging, as if to say you're going to drag the president and kill him and strangle him. But then as well, they're tied to, those are ICE agents that they're mimicking.
Mm-hmm. And even the cherry on top, just to the left right there, you see a Fear the Reaper, Grim Reaper. Someone dressed as the Grim Reaper. So what does that tell you?
Yeah, it was terrifying. I looked back in the video and I was like, why was the Grim Reaper right behind me? But I have to give props to Ian because these people were getting very violent at this point when we saw this because they were unhappy that we saw that. They didn't want us to see the fact that they were dragging Trump essentially by the neck. And they got violent and Ian said, get away. We have pepper spray. Cops are over there. Don't invade our space. And eventually they listened. Once we made sure that like we kept boundaries up, but Ian did a great job doing that.
Appreciate that, Frank. You know,
because
have to act as a de facto security sometimes. But
boundaries. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the screen.
Yeah.
YouTube.com/@12WPHT. A lady comes behind you and puts her sign in front of your face and almost wraps it around your face.
And that's one of many instances. Like I said, you could pick any one of these people out of a crowd, and they will more than likely be violent or uninformed. So
But look at her.
Yeah,
you could have tripped.
That's someone's grandmother.
Yeah, she is
What'd she say at
a
Thanksgiving?
gray-haired, middle-aged lady who comes up, she's coming up from behind Frank. Ian, you're
behind the
photographing,
camera, yeah.
right? So Ian probably warned you, but so she comes from behind of Frank and puts this sign over, blinding you temporarily, and you bat the sign out of, but it's a huge sign that she puts over your face.
Look at that shot.
What the heck? What are you thinking, woman?
Yeah, that
Not
was
much.
crazy. One thing is I like to always make sure that we can see, because if we can see, nobody's going to hurt us because we could stop threats. So that was really super uncomfortable, but thankfully I, got my vision back pretty quickly, and Ian was there watching to make sure nothing was happening. But that's one thing we really don't like.
You talked to the Trump guy, huh?
Yeah, we got an interview out of him, but it was very
explain
brief.
what you're carrying there?
Dragging 3 pieces of shit.
Okay. So would you support political violence?
I think the country was founded on political violence.
So is that a yes?
Do you support political violence?
I don't.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Thank you.
Gotcha.
All right. Well, at least he spoke to you.
Yeah, there's a few things. Number one is our country was actually founded on British common law, and it was founded on the rule of law, not violence. If he wants to go to a country founded on violence, he should go to Russia. He should go to China. He should go to all these different places, and then he should get a picture or something, something to look like the leader, and drag it on the street and see what happens to him. So he contradicted himself just doing what he was doing.
Well, then again, these people, they don't have much logic or
knowledge of history, obviously.
Exactly, yes. And, their utopia is essentially a revolution, a violent revolution. As we see, a lot of these people are violent. They all come under the Antifa umbrella, but we oftentimes see a lot of these people don't believe the same thing. We have anarchists. We have traditional liberals. We have some Democrats. We have, communists, all on the same side, which is a total, it's backwards, because how can you have an anarchist who doesn't believe in any government and thinks any form of government is oppressive and a communist on the same side who believes in authoritarian rule?
That's a great point.
Yeah,
I got a
terrific point.
Got a video here because you actually asked one of these. You're talking about how they don't know their history. Well, you ask them how Trump himself is a fascist and hyperventilating.
This is
comes out.
Very emblematic right here.
Would you agree that Trump is a fascist, as
Yes.
many people have said?
100%.
How is Trump a fascist?
Why is she so
You're
out
good.
of
You're
breath?
good.
Trying to breathe.
No, just take a deep breath. You're all good.
She's all worked
Because
up.
the things that he's doing is also things
It's a tough
that
question,
Nazi
I guess.
Germany has done. And if you don't look at history, you're bound to repeat it. And that's what we're doing right now, is in the middle of repeating history if we don't put a stop to it.
What is fascism?
I'm an idiot. I don't know the exact Bible or the dictionary.
Gotcha. Do you think Trump is a Nazi?
I think he has Nazi tendencies.
Awesome.
Again, if you're not a cis white man.
Ooh,
so everybody except white men are in danger?
Yes, women are in danger as well, even if you're a white woman.
You think you're in danger there, Dawn?
I'm in danger. Whew.
Yeah, very
I'm in
dangerous.
danger. Protect me.
It seems like the only people, being dangerous or, contributing in any form of lawlessness is these people, because, we see it with Charlie Kirk.
Mhm.
We've seen it just this past, I forget the exact date, but just this past
Wednesday.
week with the National Guards members that were shot.
And Sarah killed. We've been talking about
Sarah
updating
Beckstrom
this.
was unfortunately killed.
Prayers
and,
for her.
20 years
so
young.
Sad.
And apparently they were both sworn in less than 24 hours before they were on that corner.
And Andrew Wolf, we've been talking about this since 6:00 this morning, with President Trump speaking with both sets of parents, inviting them to the White House when they're ready. And then we've heard the updates on Andrew Wolf, who is in critical condition, but so far surviving that attack.
Prayers for him.
Yeah, prayers for the families just before Thanksgiving.
Oh my gosh, the day before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, and
a targeted attack. And then we've been talking this morning, just so you guys know, about, because I know you were traveling down here, but about this Afghani, individual who came into the country years ago, and we've gone through that, but just how he was somehow indoctrinated, allegedly, after he got here.
And allegedly he was radicalized here in the United States. So how is
did
this
that
happening
happen?
in our country?
And by whom?
Exactly. And for far too long, we've had the law hasn't been enforced. We see 10.8 million illegal immigrants came through the border under Joe Biden, and that's just a conservative low estimate. What are the later on, the further down the line impacts of this essentially an invasion? We're going to see it it manifest this way. People going up and targeting National Guards members. This should never be happening in our country, and especially to our military.
Yeah. No, and by the way, here's the thing. There were enough people who, if the previous administration had just done a good job of vetting people and actually bringing in the families that we heard about, it's just women and children. And then we're all looking at the video going, these are busloads full of military age young men.
Yeah.
What's up with, if they had just done a good job and seriously brought in hardworking people who want to come to America for a better life, but they were so sloppy about it, if you will. In other words,
listen to this,
letting anybody in.
Yeah,
there were
anybody.
There were foreign countries in Latin America, Venezuela, the like. They had programs in their prisons for people with good behavior, I guess, where they could be released from their prison in their home country on parole and then sent into the United States to work, to live, whatever it may be. They were called parole programs. And Joe Biden, he funded these programs and he used them extensively. So we will never know the impacts of this crisis until it happens. We've seen it just this past Wednesday, like I said, with the 2 National Guards members. When will it end?
We see incidents of violence happening like this, very tragic. We see it happening multiple times across the country. That's one of the more, sinister and harmful effects of this illegal immigration. But if you want to look at how it affects our everyday life, for all of us, it's cost of living. When you have more people in an area, prices go up. When you have more workers coming in who have less leverage and are willing to work for less, you're going to have less jobs available to our young men and women who need to get in the workforce. You go to any restaurant in Philadelphia and you're going to see people who may be undocumented, maybe illegal, working in the kitchen. Why aren't our young kids working in those kitchens? Why are they unemployed on the corner? What if we just deported the illegal immigrants and focused on providing opportunities to our young people? You don't need a minimum wage. The Democrats, even the moderate Democrats, want to talk about minimum wage as that's going to save everything, that's going to fix the problem. Well, if you raise the minimum wage, more illegal immigrants are just going to take those jobs where business owners aren't going to pay the minimum wage or can't pay it because they have competition. And their competition, they're using illegal immigrants to do that labor. So if we just deported illegal immigrants, and, it's not to say that good people don't want to come. They have to come legally, and they have to go through a strong vetting process. But 10.8 million illegal immigrants in 4 years, and that's a conservative estimate. It's not only a national security threat. It's affecting all of our lives by affordability. So if we deported them illegal immigrants, jobs open up, prices go down, and we can take care of our people. And we're all safer. Acts of violence like this won't happen. And the fact that this illegal immigrant who came here, maybe he wasn't an illegal immigrant, not exactly sure, he might have went through a process, but if people are coming here and then being indoctrinated, they're being indoctrinated here. We need to take care of that too, because me and Ian went to school. Ian and I went to school, and we both saw the leftist indoctrination, and there's other forms of indoctrination. Why are people being taught to hate America in our colleges in K through 12? There's something wrong with the Common Core in this country, and the basics are not being handled. We could fix all of this stuff very easily, and we could see prosperity like never before if we just handle the basics, Dawn.
Yeah, it's so true. Listen, you guys are the greatest, and as you continue your activism for the next generation, Frank Scales, Ian McGinnis, Surge Philly, make sure you follow them, and they sure could use your support, all of our support. In whatever the way that looks like, you can even donate to them. But Frank Scales, Ian McGinnis, thank you guys. You're the best.
Thank you for having
Dawn.
us.
Thank
we
you.
appreciate you.
Be safe as Surge Philly continues on.
Yes,
and we will continue on around the corner with Dr. Marion Mass. So why does even Politico this morning has actually a picture of a local representative, a Congress member. So we'll talk about Congress back in session today on this December 1st. And the health deal, what it hinges on. So we'll go through the process and talk to our favorite, my fave, local pediatrician and Dr. Mary Mass, tell you what she's up to. And her latest piece has dropped. So we'll go through it with you and update you on everything involving healthcare, your healthcare, our healthcare, ACA, what's going on, TikTok. There's a big deadline upcoming, and Pennsylvania front and center. We'll preview all of that. And I believe my better half, Larry Menti, also just ahead. So Dawn Show continues. Thanks for being here today. We'll be right back with all of that. But we got to talk about my friends from Piazza Auto Group, committed to supporting all of our local communities throughout the year. And during this holiday season, Piazza Honda and PiazzaAutoGroup.com, they're partnering with the Salvation Army, collecting new toys for local children. So this year is no different. You can show your support by dropping off an unwrapped toy in the collection bin at your local Piazza dealership, and that's through Friday, December 12th, upcoming 2 weeks away. But during your visit, say hi to the team, tell them Dawn sent you, and for more information about the Piazza Toy Drive or to browse the extensive inventory online, visit PiazzaAutoGroup.com. And make sure this Friday, I'll be dressed as, well, you'll have to see what I'm dressed as. Greg Stocker sent me a memo. Well, not really a memo, but he gave me a mandate. Find a sexy elf costume. So I'm doing my best over here. I don't know if Dan Borowski will be dressed as a sexy elf, or maybe a birthday elf. I don't know.
You buy 2 of those costumes there, Dawn.
We'll be out at the Piazza Honda. This is the one in Springfield, Delco. We want you to be out there between 6 a.m. and noon. That's this Friday the 5th. Bring a new toy, if you will. Come see us. Drop it off. You can write it off as well. But this is to help the Salvation Army. PiazzaAutoGroup.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
Hi, I'm Joe Mederchin, PNC Bank Regional President. As presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network, PNC Bank loves an exciting game. But we also think a little boring can go a long way. You see, boring banking means you're doing the right things. That is why PNC leaves a third and long to the professionals. Reliable fiscal strategies are more in our zone anyway. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
KiaofCherryHill.com is the destination for the hottest brand in automotive today. Come pick out the gas-sipping Kia of your dreams. With payments anyone can afford. They have over 100 brand new Kias with MSRPs under $30,000 and over 400 new Kias to choose from, all of which come with the best powertrain warranty in the automotive business. 10 years, 100,000 miles. Go to KiaofCherryHill.com today and lock in your savings. KiaofCherryHill.com.
Hugh Douglas here. Make your tailgates and holidays count with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey at your local fine wine and good spirit stores. Save $3 on 750s of Jack Daniel's Old No. 7 and $2 on Jack and Honey and Jack Fire. And for your high-end personal stash, save $2 on Jack Daniel's Bottled in Bond, $3 on Gentleman Jack 1.75 liters, and $3 on Jack Single Barrel Select 750 milliliters. Stock up now at your local fine wine and good spirit stores. Maybe I'll see you there. Celebrate responsibly.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
It's that time of year again. Hi, it's George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. If you're a pet parent like I am, you know that the holidays are just as important to our four-legged kids as they are to us. At the Dogs and Cats Rule stores, our goal is to make your holiday shopping easier. When it comes to getting the cutest Christmas-themed toys, collars, and leads, we have absolutely everything. That's Dogs and Cats Rule, now with 7 convenient locations. Shop small, shop local, shop family. Happy holidays from all of us at Dogs and Cats Rule.
Hey, it's Nick Hale here, and if you really want Black Friday deals, get to Bucks County Estate Traders November 25th to December 1st with up to 50% off store-wide. This is where you get high-quality, one-of-a-kind furniture that actually lasts. Upgrade your home, impress the family, and grab the perfect holiday while you're at it. Shop BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or visit the Hatfield showroom, open 7 days. Bucks County Estate Traders, quality you can feel, exclusions apply.
Start your collectible coin journey today with the first ever Seuss coin. Hip, hip, hooray! The Grinch is here for all to see. DrSeussCoins.com kicks off your collecting spree. Now, for the first time ever, Rare Collectibles TV has licensed Dr. Seuss's beloved creations, making them come to life on collectible, adorable coins. Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 examples have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com, DrSeussCoins.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with exciting news. Bent's Dental Group now has 2 board-certified prosthodontists.
Dr. Bentz's daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, successfully completed her board certification. So when you have an issue that requires highly specialized care or perhaps a second opinion, I encourage you to do what I did. Call my friends at Bentz Dental Group 610-272-6949 or visit their website at bentzdentalgroup.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Good morning, Dawn Stensland here. And the developing story this morning, Congress is back. And Politico writes just a couple hours ago, welcome to the December of Health. Get it? HELLTH. The December of Health, pointing out that lawmakers have only 30 days, tick-tock, to address expiring Obamacare tax credits, prevent health insurance hikes for millions of Americans. And then they write, Republicans and Democrats agree. Success hangs on one question. Will President Donald J. Trump figure out what he wants? Oh, I'll just note to you that what they don't put in there is that, in fact, this is a ticking time bomb, if you will, that Democrats and the Biden administration left for us. It's like a little gift, okay? So they knew this was all coming, and this is, if you will, think of a timer. And this was well timed, was it not? To leave it like a hot potato or an exploding potato, as it were, in Trump's lap. But certainly they set this forth and set this in motion and knew this was coming with these Affordable Care Act subsidies that we cannot afford. So we'll be talking about that. I'll just point out to you that in Politico, the big picture is locally of our local Congressman, Brian Fitzpatrick. And he's being quoted as saying the president has to sign whatever we do. Otherwise, it's a legislative exercise. So the Pennsylvania Republican, who I know some of you, many of you call a rhino, blah, blah. I know you don't like me to bring up his name, but he's the only survivor. If this was Survivor Island, guess what? He's the only one who has survived in the so-called color counties in purple Bucks County. So he is drafting what he describes as a bipartisan proposal that would largely align with last week's leaked White House framework with the ACA and all of that. So we'll get into it, but I just wanted to give you that headline, December of Health. And speaking of hell, let's dive into, and I want to play for a piece for you, and this was on NBC News, and they did a good job of really humanizing the toll that these middlemen, so-called, these PBMs that we've talked about in a series of reports with our own local doctor, Marian Mass. We'll get to her in just a second. But listen to a piece of this as NBC News interviewing the family of a 20-something-year-old young man, their son, okay, who is a victim of this horrible policy that, I've encountered with regard with insulin with my son, Michael. And so I relate to this. I know you relate to this, but this is how sick and vile this is, that these so-called middlemen control the pricing. So here's NBC News. Let's listen into this piece.
Cole Schmitnick only lives in his parents' Bill and Shannon's memories.
This was Thanksgiving.
Dead at 22 because of his asthma, something 22. They say never should have happened.
Cole went for a routine refill on his Advair, and when he got to that pharmacy counter, he learned that it was going to cost him over $500, and that was a shock to him.
Cole had insurance through his Wisconsin employer. What he didn't know, his parents say, is that Optum Rx, the pharmacy benefit manager for his plan, changed its list of covered drugs. The preventative Advair discus inhaler he had used for years cost Cole no more than $66.86. Suddenly, its price tag over $539. Unable to afford it, Cole's parents say he would pay with his life.
Did he tell you that he couldn't get his Advair replenished? No.
When we went to the ICU, we were baffled. We knew he had had an asthma attack, but we didn't understand And his roommate said to us, he didn't have his Advair.
It's just it just makes you heartsick to hear the story of Cole, 22 years young, from Wisconsin. His parents, who were interviewed there and have been interviewed, they've now filed a lawsuit. And in this one, there were a lot of failures, but they're suing in particular as well, the Walgreens and others, because, for example, Cole should have been told, he should have been given 30-day notice. And they should have worked with him, obviously, but he did not tell mom and dad. So number one rule, tell your parents, they're your best advocates. Tell your family members, share the news, because there were other remedies. But in this one, it's a sin that he now suddenly was told, oh, well, you have to pay more than $500 for a medical device, a simple inhaler that would have saved his life, and died just days later. And Cole is part of the focus of what Dr. Mary Mass is writing about in your latest piece. Good morning, Dr. Mass. Just want to, first of all, it's unthinkable that this family grieves the loss of one of their two sons. Now they're trying to raise the awareness here. But what can you tell us about this, and what are you writing about in your latest chapter here?
Yeah. And Dawn, it's not just Advair. Yeah. Every medication can be affected by these PBM middlemen. And it's not just Cole that's lost his life. When I first started writing about this, when I first learned about it in 2017 and started writing about it in 2018, I trotted down to Washington, D.C. I went to a Senate hearing about insulin pricing. There were parents that lost their children because they were rationing their insulin. Yeah. And the insulin, it should cost roughly, it costs $10 to make a little vial of insulin. And it was, patients were getting charged $1,700 for a vial, which is why they were rationing it. But 80% of that cost was running to the PBM. They were responsible for most of it. Yeah. And like most of the dunderheaded things that happen in our healthcare system, it starts with the government. I talked to Bill Schmitnick over the weekend, and the piece that I wrote this morning, it's now up in the Bucks Independence about these middlemen. I put the picture of Cole and his family, and I didn't even realize until I talked to Bill, but the picture that's in the middle of the article, it's the Schmitnick family and the last Thanksgiving they spent together. Yeah. I had my kids home. Oh. I probably complained a lot less working on Thursday, on Saturday, on Sunday, because I was going home to my children. Yeah. And Bill and Shannon don't get to go home to Cole ever again. They will never have a Thanksgiving with Cole and his beautiful brother again. So what happened? Well, what was really amazing about this story is Cole and his father, they shared the fact that they both had asthma, that they were both on the same inhaler. They shared an employer and the exact same insurance. And Bill figured this out. Like, he didn't understand how this all worked until after Cole died. And then he went to his small independent mom and pop pharmacy. Cole went to a big box. I mean, you shouldn't have to die because you choose a big box, but we're losing our pharmacies too. But Bill went to a big box pharmacy, and his pharmacist said, hey, look, this is awful. The formulary changed. We'll talk about who makes the formulary in a moment. The formulary changed, and when it changed, now I would have to charge you over $500. And the pharmacist, this independent pharmacist who cared, worked with Bill Schmitnick and made sure that he left with his inhaler. And then Bill backtracked through the story and figured out, this is what happened to Cole. And he didn't leave with his Advair. And less than 2 weeks later, he was dead after having a massive asthma attack. So his preventative inhaler that kept him alive all these years, we're talking about a drug that's saving him from a hospitalization and death. Do those big PBMs care? No, because those big PBMs, I guess I can explain what they do faster if I tell you what they don't do. They don't do research. They don't make medications. The PBMs don't even move the medications around the country. They simply get to move the money behind the drugs around the country, and they get to create the formularies, the lists of drugs that are covered by the insurers, who, by the way, now own them. So Optum RX is owned by United Healthcare. CVS Caremark, of course, is owned by CVS, which also owns Aetna. And Express Scripts, the PBM that they now changed their name to Evernorth, is owned by Cigna. Those are the three biggest. They control 80% of the prescriptions in the United States. When you tag on...
Dr. Mass, I'm well aware. As you know, I've battled Optum RX as my... And they first tell you at United Health, oh, we have a concierge service. Not a concierge. You know what I mean? It's more like a consigliere that works for the big pharma guys. But in this one, they make a boatload of money. And and you know what I will tell you in my personal experience with Michael, who has the type 1 diabetes, is that when I have gone, because on social media I have a pretty big following. If you look at all of my social media combined, not just Twitter, which is a smaller percent. When you go on social media and you start blasting them, that I immediately had I had a call that there was one time when I had a problem with the insulin. I got a call. Mm-hmm. So they react when you go out on social media and get reaction. And that's wrong too. I mean, you shouldn't have to do that. To your point, Dr. Mass, they should be working with people. But what I would say is it certainly would not appear that they put the patient first. They put the profit first. And that's what I feel you're pointing out and exposing them for.
Sure. And there's an awful lot of people that go out there and say, we just need to sweep away the PBMs. Look, there's actually small, transparent PBMs that are now working with employers that have dumped the big insurance companies and that are, trying to get, like, what they do is they control the pharmacy benefits. They manage them for these big employers. And they're saving a lot of money by dumping these big PBMs because, to me, the root cause of the problem is that... Like I said, get back to the government, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not against profit. I'm against profiteering. And I am very against the government giving a special exception to a giant corporation that is going to then make money off of it. Guess what they did? In 2003, they allowed these big PBM middlemen who don't manufacture, don't even move the product, don't create the product, who don't do any research. They allowed them to receive kickbacks. Well, what does that do? Remember, they make up the formulary. So if you want your drug on the formulary, you're going to have to pay. So the drug on the formulary, maybe it's not even the best drug that for you, for what your doctor wants. I mean, silly patients, you thought us doctors were deciding what you should get, but we're not. Your insurance company and their PBM are deciding through the formulary, and they get to collect the kickbacks from the pharmaceutical companies. Mm-hmm. They have the nerve to call them rebates. Here's a little extra that wasn't in the article because there's so much you could put in there. These PBMs, they created something called group purchasing organizations. The big ones each have their own group purchasing organizations, right? They're special little GPOs, and those guys are allowed to collect kickbacks too. They're kind of like the hospital middlemen. But these PBMs now shuttle their rebates, which are really kickbacks, off to, in some cases, they're offshored Swiss GPOs. They're just hiding the money that way. I mean, it's absolutely outrageous. But Congress lets them do it. When I went to those hearings in 2018, I thought, they're going to be so thrilled that I know this, and I'm going to tell them, hey, look, just make kickbacks illegal for everyone, especially these big wealthy companies. And you know what they tell you? I mean, a lawmaker told me, oh, wow, Marion, I told my chief of staff about this, and my chief of staff said, if you make kickbacks illegal for the hospital level middlemen, the GPOs, and if you make them illegal for the PBMs, which, of course, Congress made it possible to begin with, right? Yes. But if you make kickbacks illegal, everyone's going to be mad at me. The GPOs, the PBMs, the insurers, the hospitals, all the drug companies, all the device companies, they're all going to be really mad at me. And what do you think my reply is, Dawn? You could guess. Guess what my reply is.
I think you probably said something like, you can get mad at me, but let's do the right thing by patients. Because you're somebody who puts patients first.
That's true. I said, I said, they're going to be mad at you. So what?
Yeah.
BFD, big freaking deal. You know what? Like, the bottom line is those people down there in that like big upside down toilet bowl that's the big white building, right? That we should pretty much just turn over and flush if they keep on acting like this. Those people down there in DC, they need to do the correct thing for we, the people. They can forget about they, the profits. They've been doing the wrong thing really across the aisle for years. And, you started telling us all about, oh, wow, it's going to be the December of health or whatever it is. I say, Bring it, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Ready. And I think if people start and they go and they take a look at the things that I've written and the things that other people have written, and we all start understanding the system, who's making the money, how those people had it set up so that they did make the money, so that we ended up with things like no transparency, legalized kickbacks, a restraint of trade with physicians not being able to own hospitals, and so big hospital systems take over, multiple monopolies of medications, monopolies of PBMs, monopolies of hospital systems, conflicts of interest coming out of everyone's ears. This is all the fault of our U.S. government.
Yes.
And it's time that they did the correct thing and made it right instead of squabbling and pointing their fingers at each other and, trying to make we, the taxpayer, pay more to cover up of the fact that we're letting a lot of profiteers run away with the money. It's time. It's past time.
It is. And President Trump in his first administration did tackle this and talk about it. Then I think COVID hit and they weren't able to accomplish this. So do you believe that now we will see bipartisan legislation that takes place that finally gets the job done to really make these, as you call them, opaque, but to bring forth transparency and get rid of what's bad about these PBMs?
Sure. I mean, we've talked on the past shows about the needed transparency, the Price Tags Act. That would actually help in the PBMs in terms of the employers. Yes. We've talked about some other things, and they're all across the aisle things. You brought this up with like Politico, and Politico is going to make it all about the hell. Politico wants it to be hell. They don't want the patients to know that there are lawmakers working across the aisle. And is there a lot of chat about what we could do with the PBMs? Oh, yes, there is. And what we need to do, we better not just make it, we'll give you a little bit of transparency here so you can see how much you're getting robbed, right?
Yes.
How much the kickbacks are robbing you so that 7 years from now, oh, gosh, maybe we should do something about the kickbacks. Oh, my goodness. Sorry, we're talking DC. I almost dropped an F-bomb because I'm thinking it, okay? But I'm a pediatrician. I don't want to be a
prescription of the F-bomb from the doctor.
Well, but the bottom line is that they need to do the correct thing. And the correct thing is really to say no more kickbacks. But geez, like I said, these lawmakers are, why is a little 5'2" pediatrician who doesn't get paid to do it telling them no more kickbacks, read my lips, and then they won't do it? But the next best thing would be something along the lines of codified by Congress, made into a law, roughly what the president attempted to do in his first term, which was say, okay, he passed an executive order, and the executive order was along the lines of, I think the title had kickbacks in it, but the kickbacks are going to be taken away from the big middlemen.
Yeah.
The president was really right on about this. I was invited in 2018 to the Rose Garden speech that he gave on drug pricing. I mean, imagine a thrill, right?
Yes.
It's me. I go down there. It was a really cute little blue dress that I got from a thrift store, of course. And I'm down there in the White House. I have a picture. I'll send it to you, Dawn. You can put it up somewhere. It's me in front of the White House, like in the Rose Garden with my arms up in the air. I was thrilled, but I didn't know what he was going to say. And what he said was, there are middlemen that no one even knew who they were. And they got very, very rich. And they're not going to be so rich anymore. And then in his first term, he did an executive order on this, and it was supposed to return the kickbacks to the patients at the pharmacy counter. Well, guess what? Along comes the Inflation Reduction Act, and I had a lot of words with lawmakers on that Inflation Reduction Act, which incidentally, we should all call Brian Fitzpatrick and tell him, hey, Brian, thank you for voting no on the Inflation Reduction Act, which reversed Trump's very excellent order on the PBMs, which honestly needs to be codified. So if Brian is really serious about wanting to do the correct thing, he better make sure that these kickbacks are going to either be removed or be returned to the patient. And he better make sure that when the PBMs that exist, when they get the money, which they do from the insurance companies, and they get to decide how much they pay the pharmacies, and they're doing that in the Medicaid space, and then, what he needs to make sure is that they're not robbing the Medicaid space, because that's what they do. They just help themselves to a portion of the money like, and no demure small portion, like, millions of dollars in a single state in Medicaid alone. In Ohio, I think it was $240 million in 1 year. I mean, outrageous, right?
Yes.
They call it the spread, but they really should call it robbing Medicaid. Have you noticed they give them these cute little names? And I talked about that in the piece. He needs to make sure that the kickbacks go to the patient at the pharmacy counter, that they remove the spread, that the money that the PBMs are entrusted with, even in the commercial space, to pay the pharmacies. I mean, what they're doing, they're paying their own in-house pharmacies. They're steering towards their own in-house pharmacies because they all own an in-house pharmacy.
Yes.
And then if the patient is using, God forbid, a mom and pop like Bill Schmitnick did, where he actually got care, they underpay the mom and pop. And so they need to make sure that they don't get to undercut the mom and pop.
Amen.
Because then, of course, what they do is then they go to the mom and pop and say, hey, guys, is this business bad? We're CVS and we can buy you out. Of course they are. More monopoly.
Yes.
This is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. Dr. Mary Mass, you're all over it, and this is a developing story. We know the Senate will vote as soon as December 9th on what they're calling just an undefined health care proposal. Fitzpatrick locally, our congressman in Bucks, is right front and center being interviewed about this. So we want to keep a close eye on the pulse of this because it really affects every one of us one way or another. Dr. Mass, I got to run, but thank you so much. And it's a developing story, so we appreciate you and just want to keep tabs on what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you for having me, and God bless the Schmitnicks, and let's not have anyone else go through this.
Amen. Dr. Mass, you're the best. Local Bucks mom. You got to follow her, check out her latest, and we'll post everything so that you can find everything she's written about this in an important series, because this timeline, this is coming down to the wire here, so we got to pay attention. All right, this is the Dawn Show. Larry Menti, I believe, is going to be up next. We have a ton of breaking news that I'll highlight for you. Oh my goodness, we've got so much to talk about. Be right back.
David DeFranco, and I became a client of Crash Proof in 2014. What led me to Crash Proof retirement was the crash in 2008. I lost $300,000 in my portfolio, and I made a promise to myself I would never let this happen again. And that's when I looked into Crash Proof. I've been very happy with it ever since. Never lost a dime, only ever gained. The interest you gain is more than enough to cover any inflation and expenses. Now that the stock market is up, it's the best time to come into Crash Proof because I enjoy the gains, but I don't have to worry about the losses.
Schedule an appointment or register for one of our next events happening at Springfield Country Club on December 9th. Choose either the 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. event, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the Odyssey app.
Are you excited for the snow? All the headlines, they're teasing us that, in fact, snow is on the way. But then you have to look at the details. It would appear that the first snow of the season will actually accumulate in central Pennsylvania, and that's late tonight into early tomorrow morning. But there are all kinds of National Weather Service warnings and alerts. Hazardous travel expected for the morning commute tomorrow morning, with they're saying plowable snow expected area-wide, and then a snow mix with sleet or freezing rain, and then a glaze of ice. It sounds like I'm the waitress giving you the specials.
Oh, right. Is this a special? The
Topped
donut?
by a glaze of ice. Mixed
Yum.
precipitation. It sounds pretty ugly. Total snow accumulations between 1 to 3 inches and ice accumulation with the light glaze. So it looks like the worst of it is more Adams, Franklin, Fulton, Lancaster, York counties. But, I'm just going to say this. They're always, Dan, there's like a 50-50 chance they're wrong. They're always wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know?
Yeah.
I would hate to be a meteorologist.
Well, the thing is, though, do we get so jaded that we just don't go and prepare then?
Exactly.
Or do we still go out and buy all the French toast?
I know. But, well, no matter how you slice it, it's a really ugly day to be on the roads tomorrow.
I like that clever use of
what?
Food terms. I thought you were sticking with
slicing it. Yeah.
Okay.
Pun intended.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the worst of it is more like Fulton, the counties of Pennsylvania, Fulton, Franklin, Adams, York, Lancaster, like I say. But we're going to have all this lovely
Is it the same
freezing
stuff
rain.
that caused that huge pileup out there in Terre Haute?
Probably. I mean,
Yeah.
it's this, system moving our way.
I swear people in Indiana can't drive, though. If you're unfamiliar, I lived in Indiana. You lived out in the Midwest for a while. Would you say that they can't drive whatsoever, especially when there's little snow on the ground? Which is ironic, it's so much of it. You'd think they'd be accustomed to it.
I don't know. I think, my mom's people, they're all in like Wisconsin, and they always talk about that. They obviously have learned to deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
So your tires, you're prepared. You're just prepared. In general, you are prepared.
I guess Indiana's on that edge of not being cold weather all the time, but also not in warm weather. But what would happen is it would rain and it would, flash freeze, and the roads would turn all to black ice, and people would slide all over them. And over again, when we had a winter storm out there in Indiana, you'd have reports of pileups like this.
Yeah, it's true.
Hopefully we avoid it.
It always depends on
Our
the
drivers
timing.
suck, too.
Yeah, it just depends on the timing. But as well, Dan, and if you want to look back, because I was looking up the history. So if you look at in Chicago, if you look at when, oh my gosh, it was a mayoral race. And so they had a 3-way race, but it was a snowstorm that actually altered the future of snow handling in cities like Chicago, because it was, oh my gosh, Jane, now I can't remember, I used to talk about her in my class, mayor of Chicago. She won, Jane Byrne. She won a mayoral race because she said, in the city of Chicago, never again will you get stuck in the snow. And ever since then, they could have like 2 feet of snow. They are prepared. They're ready. Because it's, again, career politicians, and they're all Democrats there. You tell a Democrat that they're going to lose their career politician job, they can move freaking mountains. Do you know what I'm saying? Because it's not about people. It's not about serving people. This is, to some extent, both sides of the swamp, if you will. But you tell those career politicians they're not going to get their cush career politician job, and they're going to be fired, by us, we the people. All of a sudden, they can do things. And that's
It gets done so fast,
They can
too.
do stuff, yeah.
Yep.
Do S. But but look it up. It was a famous thing I used to talk about in my journalism class when I was an adjunct professor, but it goes, back in the day. Jane Burns, she won, and I don't even remember what election. Okay, it's 1979.
Oh.
50th mayor of Chicago. So she won based on she ran
Chicago.
on the snowstorm.
I love the way you say Chicago.
Chicago. Because it's said in a indigenous people way.
You say it the right way.
That's right,
That's how they say it out there, Chicago, with their accent. Show on youtube.com/@1210WPHT, footage via the Weather Channel of out there in Chicago. November 29th on Saturday.
K-A-W.
Chicago.
Chicago. Say it think about an indigenous person, because a lot of the things we have, right? Cuyahoga, or what do we...
Hold on. When you talk about coyotes, do you say coyotes?
No.
Oh, I didn't know if that was indigenous. Or... I don't know. I just heard a lot of people say it before.
Well, and it's just like when I, try to talk about Italy, or I talk about Portugal or Spain, you try to say things the way, the people would say it.
Okay.
People of that area.
Yeah.
You pronounce it.
Well, I mean, you don't come to Philadelphia and call it the Schuylkill.
Right, because that would be, it's the Schuylkill.
Yeah.
Well, I don't even know. Do we probably butcher it?
What, Schuylkill?
Yeah, Schuylkill. Is that how the indigenous people said it?
Or it's Dutch, right?
I don't know. Yeah. Schuylkill? Yo. Like, where do we get the yo?
What does
look at our language.
Mean? Hidden river in Dutch.
In Dutch?
Yeah, Schuylkill.
Okay,
Hidden river. Skule is to hide, and kill is creek or stream. A hidden creek, Schuylkill.
There it is. Google. See what you get here with Dan and Dawn. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You get it all. The education, the history, the politics, the breaking news. By the way, Alina Habba. What?
No, nothing. I just said beautiful trips.
Oh, beautiful trips. I know. I'll talk about that. Alina Habba, not a beautiful trip today. The appeals court, is disqualifying her. It's the breaking story. I'm sure they'll try to appeal it once again, but they're messing with Trump's people.
Yep.
That's all I'm saying. We like Alina.
Hey, so I'm looking into it. Some indigenous names in the area.
Yes.
Manayunk.
Okay.
It's a Lenape word for where we drink.
Yes. Lenape.
And it kind of works too, still.
Or is it Lenape? Some people say Lenape.
Oh yeah, I've screwed that
Lenape.
Yeah.
By the way, they all of those indigenous peoples knew how to farm. So if we listen to that, you know what I mean? They said don't have a crop like we do with corporate stuff today, the corporations.
Yeah.
You put the pumpkins and the beans, you put it all together. See what I'm saying? They knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
They knew how healthy pumpkins were. Pumpkin seed, pumpkin anything, it's a healer. I'm just little Thanksgiving thing.
Passyunk in the valley.
In the valley.
Kinsessing.
Ooh.
Place where there is a meadow. Tacony. Tacony. How do you think they pronounce that one?
Tacony.
The Delco accent?
But maybe the Delco accent
Wilderness is what that means.
Based on indigenous peoples.
And Wissahickon?
I love the Wissahickon.
Catfish Stream. There's no catfish in the Wissahickon.
Not anymore.
I don't think so.
That would be all those chemicals in there. All the storm runoff. Dan.
I don't know if this is true or not.
Yeah?
No, it can't be true.
What?
No.
What?
Apparently Moyamensing translate to something like, quote, pigeon excrement.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's not pretty.
Okay.
That's where the ex-wife lived.
I think that's got to be fake news.
Well, listen, you know what's good news and what's real news? We got to talk about Portugal, Spain, and spring. How does that sound? And so what the Roman Empire called Finisterre, the end of the earth, we're calling home. I say in a Delco accent. Yeah, home for 10 lovely days next spring. Yes, Portugal, Spain next spring. Come away with me. So if you have come away with me in past events and we went to Italy together, Northern Italy, Southern Italy, you know how amazing it was. And thank you. So many of you have already signed up, which I'm so excited. I can't wait. We're all talking about it. But I think Ken Chase and the conservativetours.com team have outdone themselves seriously. They had designed this just for you, just for us, listeners at 1210, dining at the wineries. We're going to make memories, new memories together at the wineries, rivaling the best in Europe, private Portuguese escort for the entire event, 4-star accommodations, 5738, yes. That includes your airfare from Philadelphia. So Obidos, Fatima, the elegance of Coimbra. I want you to call now. This is booking up fast. 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. You'll see the entire itinerary. The beauty of Sintra, Cabo de Roca, Cascais alone, they're worth the crossing. But there's more, because we're going to discover Portugal's answer to Tuscany. Yes, this is the Douro Valley, Santiago de Compostela in Spain, drawing pilgrims in such a passionate way. We're going to find out why together. Join me for all the camaraderie that we share, the fun of it, the history that we learn along the way, the cuisine, the amazing food that we share, unique beauty of this secret land, small but oh so impressive. I'll see you at Bellum Tower, conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Weather sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat, Spa, and Salon.
Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon is the secret to finishing your holiday shopping this year. Visit their locations in Glen Mills and Springfield, or you can go online at josephanthony.com, where gift cards are available. That's josephanthony.com.
A dry and chilly day today with a mix of sun and clouds, high 44. Tonight, clouds on the increase, low 31 for the city, colder in the suburbs. For Tuesday, a winter weather advisory in effect for the northwest suburbs. Rain and snow develop around daybreak, changing over to all rain from south to north. Little to no accumulation for the city, 1 to 3 inches possible in the far northwest suburbs with a high near 40.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
The Eagles returned to work after a very disappointing Friday afternoon where they lost to the Chicago Bears 24-15. The Bears controlled the line of scrimmage from beginning to end. Tonight's game could be interesting, but who knows? The struggling Giants, an interim coach, and now a different defensive coordinator host the hot New England Patriots, where second-year quarterback Drake May is having a great season. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese.
Whether it's midfield or in the red zone, our hometown team can handle anything thrown their way. That's why PNC is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and support the team's dedication to smart, tested tactics. Being adaptable and preparing a solid strategy pays off. And just like any big game, when it comes to your finances, there is a lot on the line. Having a dependable team allows you to make the plays you need to reach your goals. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Dawn Stensland here. You know, the Piazza Auto Group is so committed to supporting our communities throughout the year. And during the holiday season, Piazza partners with the Salvation Army, collecting toys for local children. This year's no different. Show your support by dropping off a new unwrapped toy in the collection bin at your local Piazza dealership through Friday, December 12th. And during your visit, why not say hello to the team? For more information about the Piazza Toy Drive or just to browse their extensive inventory, visit piazzaautogroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Cyber Monday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Cyber Monday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here, And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's ruffgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's ruffgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
Join Dom Giordano for Navy League Philadelphia's annual watch party of the Army-Navy game, December 13th at Manayunk Brewery. It's an atmosphere like no other for college football's most patriotic tradition. Enjoy prize raffles along with great specials throughout the game. Tickets are on sale now for just $15 at NavyLeaguePhilly.org. All proceeds go to Navy League Philadelphia to support our local Sea Service members. You can become a member of Navy League Philly and help support our Sea Service members for just $25 a year. NavyLeaguePhilly.org.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Hey, listen, you can have Philly fast, reliable internet when you switch to Fios. How do I know? I got a family at 5. Everyone's got a device. Trust me, it is reliable. It is fast. And for a limited time, you can combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. You know how incredible that is. Get unlimited welcome for just $50 a month with auto pay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And get this, I'm not done. You can add Fios 300 megabits for $19.99 a month with auto pay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. So here's the deal. You want Philly fast, reliable internet for the entire family? Visit your greater Philly area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic network. For eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers, both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and bring your phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic and times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's here. B101 has transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here for United Tire and Service. The holiday season means road trips, family visits, and lots of driving. Before you hit the road, make sure your car is ready, starting with your tires. Right now, United Tire has the best pricing of the year, and when you buy 2 or more tires, you'll get $50 off any other service your car needs. It could be brakes, an oil change, an inspection, whatever keeps you rolling through the holidays. So before you load up your car and head out to celebrate, swing by United Tire and Service. Don't drive alone, drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com.
Hi, it's St. Nick. Nick Kale. It's almost time. Did you put it off again this year? If you're feeling squeezed with that holiday shopping list, Wawa's got you covered with gifts that don't need any wrapping. I'm talking about gift cards for the Wawa fans in your life and for the fans of top brands like Visa, Sephora, and more. Gift cards make a perfect gift for teachers, co-workers, your mailman, and at that holiday party you just remembered. For holiday shopping made easy, stop at Wawa, your one-stop gift card shop. See store for details. Gotta have a Wawa.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Federal appeals judge here in Philly says New Jersey federal prosecutor Alina Habba has been in her role illegally. I-95 north from Washington Ave to Callow Hill will close overnight this week to work on the I-95 CAT. And we're expected to get our first dose of snow tonight, mostly north and west of the city of Bucks County.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Sorry. Lair Bear stood me up, Dan.
What happened?
I don't know. He stood me up.
Yeah.
He's the one who texted me. Hey, I'm listening. And then I'm texting back. Call in. Hello. I got nothing. He stood me up. I don't know what happened.
Hope he's okay. Is the snow hitting yet? He's driving.
No.
Okay.
There's no snow. It's sunny today.
Yeah.
So.
I wonder.
Maybe what I'm thinking is he stopped. And here's what I'm thinking. I think he stopped at like Lee Pavorsky, do a little jewelry shopping.
Oh, okay. I like that.
For Dawn for Christmas.
Yep.
Because as I famously told him years and years ago, before we were married, I want 3 things for Christmas. Jewelry.
Yeah, but let me ask you. I mean, if he came home with
Shopping.
a gift card to Joseph Anthony Stein, I don't know if that would be a bad thing either, right?
Both. I'll take all the above.
I'll take both.
I'm greedy.
I love it.
What do you want for Christmas?
It all.
It all.
Yeah, I want everything.
He got a baby. What else would Maisie give you?
Like, what do you want for your birthday? I don't want anything. You gave birth. That's enough.
See,
Yeah.
that's a woman for you. That's a real woman.
Yeah, she is a great real woman. Hey, I got a caller for you.
Yes.
Big Al, one of our favorites.
Big
from Mulligan
Al.
Hill. He wants to talk about an experience he had with Frontier once.
How are you?
Big
How
Al.
are you feeling,
Hello,
Big Al?
I'm doing fine. How are you guys? Hope you had a great Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Me and my wife just got back from Florida. We had a chance to visit with Mr. Tony Bruno and Miss Robin.
Oh, my
Beautiful
gosh.
Miss Robin. Yeah, we were down there. We were celebrating our 36th anniversary, and it was fantastic. And I spoke at a church down there while we were there.
Nice.
But you were talking about Frontier Airlines. Now, I fly it all the time because I have an elite membership, but I watched them charge a woman $99 because the handle of her bag wouldn't go below the line of that little box that you have to put your bags in. $99. And they said, if you don't pay, you don't fly.
Yeah, I would ask somebody for some clippers and cut off the handle.
Yeah, or like a screwdriver.
Yeah, you know.
That's ridiculous.
You see, this is what I understand, though. Frontier hired a third party, and that's how they get paid, by the amount of people that they catch and make them pay that fee.
Yeah, well, they tried that on me, but guess what? I was taking stuff out of my bag. I didn't even get into the whole story because David had shoved like 2 hoodies in the bag. So I was like, David, take your hoodie. And then she goes, no, you can't pass that. I was like, what? I'm like, it's his hoodie that he put in my bag. He can wear. No, he can't. You can't pass it. I mean, she was thinking of anything to try to and I was just like, So I proceeded the flight was already delayed. I proceeded to pull everything out of my bag, repack it, smush it down, and shoved it in that little box thing. And guess what? She was not getting a dime she was just looking at me. I was like, you're not getting, it'll fit.
They make millions and millions of dollars every year through luggage. Millions of dollars.
Ridiculous. Nickeled and dimed to death. And by the way,
well, it's great. Okay.
No,
I'm sorry.
part of this is, and I have to wonder if they're trying to pay for the new laws in place where they, you know what I mean? If they have a 3-hour delay, more than a 3-hour delay, and they have to reimburse.
No, they're just greedy. Come on.
Well,
I don't think there's justification for it.
That's probably what their justification is.
I got a question, though, for you while we got Big Al. Because Joe in Columbus says, isn't an elite membership with Frontier Airlines and oxymoron? I got a question. Do they have like Frontier Airlines lounges that you can go to?
Oh, do they have that?
No, I'll tell you what I do get. I get free bags, free carry-on, and when I can call the airline and they actually answer phone calls because I'm an elite member, and they will assign me seats with.
You're bad. Okay.
But
I just like the idea of getting actual customer service line is one of the.
But here's the thing: even if you, because I said, where I go, I'm a member. Like I paid like $99 or whatever. But even if you're the member in their little box thing, do you know what I mean?
Yep. Discount then. Yep.
Yeah. That's what I'm a member of the discount then. I did everything right. That's what I said to her. And then the flight was delayed. And I was like, by the way, not for nothing, do I get a discount? So then she had to look it up because I knew my rights. And she's like, yeah, we have to give you a $20 voucher. So that's what she got out of me. Yeah, so I got a $20 voucher.
Yeah, well, we flew back from Florida on Monday, and we were actually 45 minutes early. Oh. And then I booked the flight for January, and it only cost me and my wife, not combined, $155 round trip. Not each, but combined.
Wow. Big Al.
You think they could give you like a closet, though, with a folding chair and call it a lounge.
Exactly. Exactly.
I don't care. I'll squeeze myself in that little closet, man. It's only a 2-hour flight.
I love it. Well, thank you. It's good to hear. You sound great. Love you, Al. Thank you so much. Well, at least we got love. At least Al called me. I don't know what happened to Lair Bear, Dan.
Yeah, right?
It's kind of weird.
He did.
I know, he did.
Have you heard a text or anything?
No, he hasn't texted me or anything. You know what story I feel badly that I didn't get into
store.
This morning? What?
I said he's at the jewelry store.
He's at the jewelry store getting me jewelry. Yes. The 3 things I want. There was a story about soybean oil, and to those of you who have been listening since 6 a.m., I teased this in the first news at 6 o'clock this morning.
6 hours
Never
later.
got to it, so I apologize. But basically, you know how everything has soybean oil in it? Like it's one of the first ingredients.
Mm-hmm.
That is, you can blame that. If you cannot lose weight and you're like going, why? I'm doing everything right. It's this freaking soybean oil.
No, this is?
Yes.
So, okay.
Yep. And it's the way that
That's about when I developed man boobs was when I was doing soy milk in my coffee.
It is?
Pretty much.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I got soy boobs.
So you do not have soy boobs.
I do.
But some people would pay money for soy boobs.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean?
It's 2025. Maybe that's why we see soy sales so high.
No, but there was a new study about the way that your body breaks down the soybean oil and the way they produce it. And because soybeans are good for you in general, but it's the soybean oil additive and the chemicals and blah, blah, blah. So watch out for that and they're usually in really highly processed foods. So watch the ingredients.
You know who's someone that eats a lot of soy?
Does he have soy boobs?
I'm kidding. I don't think he has soy boobs. No.
Dom is going to kill you.
He
said
soy?
it.
I don't think
Dom,
you do. Like, is there any soy in the Dom's Giordano diet?
No, I despise it. No, I wouldn't go near that. Soy, tofu, none of that.
No tofu either?
Oh, my God. It's disgusting. You eat more of it. You keep on trying to put stuff on to spice it up. Not good.
It's true. Yeah, why do you need your food to taste like something else?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point. It tells you, it's not worth it. Yeah.
I thought you do it at least a little. Like in your tea. You you do black tea.
Which is very healthy.
I don't put anything in there. Yeah.
Black tea, green tea.
Yeah. It's black tea, green tea. It's free here at the station. That's an alternative.
Just load up on
So, Dawn, 6 years ago today, we had the first meanderings about COVID. And Dan is the guy that got on David Zawag originally. He's back with us today. We had him on because they were telling kids you can go to summer camp, but you have to be wearing masks outside and all that. It was just riveting. And this was right when this was starting to pivot toward tyranny that he was on. So we thought today, the 6th anniversary of the first sense of something gone wrong.
Ay. It's a good one. Dom Giordano. It's a great show just ahead.
Gold is now around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. They're paying top dollar all week, Monday through Friday at TMT Casper Gold in Cherry Hill. Go to tmtcaspergold.com.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh.
Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The holiday season is in full swing, and the showcases at Family & Company Jewelers are stocked and ready to go. Do yourself a favor and get to their showroom on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. Planning to pop the question this year? How about you stuff her stocking with a diamond engagement ring? Or if you just want a little extra action under the mistletoe, you can't go wrong with a pair of diamond stud earrings. Check off your whole list with one stop to Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's holiday diamond destination.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano for our next Politics and Pints, the guy that I love to bring on, the pioneer on CNN, Scott Jennings. Tuesday, December 9th, 7:30 p.m. at the Great Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. We'll talk everything, including all the liberals he knocks down every night on CNN, and his book, A Revolution of Common Sense, How Donald Trump Stormed Washington and Saved Western Civilization. Don't miss it. Tuesday, December 9th. Get those tickets now. 1210WPHT.com. 1210WPHT.com.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Hey, good Monday, everyone. It is Dom time. Just about a week away from Scott Jennings. I've already started the preparation, and I think we have Scott Jennings' derangement syndrome out there. In other words, we have a cut of a guy demanding that CNN take him off, that this is worse than Trump. He's intuiting everything Trump says and then lying better than Trump can lie. That's how nuts it has gotten here. Not just Trump derangement syndrome, but now we have a satellite. Don't forget, we're going to be there a week from tomorrow at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville with a guy who's really setting the world on fire. And the book, we'll talk to him a little bit tomorrow. He'll be here at noon tomorrow, straight up at noon. Don't make any plans. You get Scott Jennings, but the full Scott Jennings for an hour and 15 minutes. December 9th, get those tickets, 1210WPHT.com. I could see, this is unusual, of all the Politics and Pints I've done, people are taking my advice and they're going with the tier that is the meet and greet tier. You get to meet Scott, greet him. I was just chatting with Guy Shiraki a minute ago by email. He managed in 2004 the Bush campaign in Pennsylvania, and he knows Scott, worked with him. Scott was managing in New Mexico. I think he could have only been 23 or 24 then. Something like that. Maybe 25. So Guy will be there. Henry, backstage, row, and cast of thousands. 1210WPHT.com. That's where you go. Today, 6th anniversary of the first real sighting that had sunk in of COVID. It's the first time there was anything, even though they were still lying, the Chinese. In Wuhan, 6 years ago this day, this guy's illness marked the beginning of the global crisis. Of course, at that point, they tried to spin it off. Was he at that seafood market where traces of the virus pointed to animal origins? Did they? Genetic studies indicate the virus circulated undetected by mid-November, leading to public alerts by December 31st and sparking lockdowns, vaccines, and ongoing debates up till today. You know what we haven't had up until today? A reckoning. of the people who were so wrong scientifically, who reacted in a manner that you might say was un-American by locking down, choosing winners and losers, locking down schools, allowing the NEA and the NJEA and all those EAs to run wild with kids and put America on hiatus unnecessarily. We have not had that. Even in a political campaign, that was not a theme that came up the last time around. Even in 2020, it wasn't that much of a theme. So David Zweig, who wrote the definitive stuff on this, and when we had him on early on, he'll be here a little bit later. And Stephen Sun, who was the head of the Capitol Police inside the Congress, he'll be here. And we'll talk about the shooting, which I did talk about on Friday, and what it has resulted in. But we have a development here in the ongoing big story that's out there. And that story is the story of what's going to happen with Mark Kelly. He's become the principal face, and so-called illegal orders. I told you on Friday when I was on, this sentence from the Inquirer, and Mark Kelly, I'm going to play you a cut in the Sunday interview, backs this up of where they're going. The Inquirer wrote in their editorial, of course, Trump is shielded from prosecution thanks to a Supreme Court ruling last year that placed presidents above the law, their words. And they end by saying this: the same cannot be said for those who do Trump's bidding. My point is, and you're going to hear Kelly in this, what Democrats are essentially saying, think about it now, buddy, at every level, up and down in America. When we take back over and we have power, you do Trump's bidding, we're going to say illegal order at that point. Well, how about defining it for now? No. You just got to think about every order he gives. Does that have the flavor of an illegal order? Now, we're going to see with Pete Hegseth, I'm on board, the president was too, with finding out what orders he gave with that drug boat. It's curious because another drug boat that was hit, the survivors were allowed to return to their home country. So Sean Parnell, friend of the show, who's the communications guy, said they've told the Washington Post it did not happen, that we ordered a second strike to kill people just because they survived the first strike. All right, we're going to see where this leads. An inquiry, people under oath. I'm always about that. That's fine. All right, here is Mark Kelly, though. And the point I made with this Inquirer thing is they've jumped it a level. In the previous PSA, we spent last week talking about, and somewhat the previous week, they were saying, well, you know, there are such a thing as illegal orders. You don't have to follow them. Now they're reminding people, as the Inquirer just did there, we can't get at Trump, but boy, we can get at you. Is that what you really want? So well after the fact, we'll come after you. Well, after all this is over, we take back power. We win the House even. You might end up before a committee, if not trial, because you did the bidding of Trump. And I take them to mean the military every bit as much as people in other branches of government. So here is Mark Kelly. I think this was on Meet the Press. Listen to his explanation of where this has gone now. Cut 9.
You can certainly go to the judge, advocate generals, the lawyers, and have a discussion about it. If you don't have time, you just say simply, I'm not going to do that. That's against the law.
It puts a lot of burden on the troops to make a decision in real time.
But it's a tremendous amount of burden on officers in the military, but that is their responsibility, and they can figure out, you know, a reasonable person can tell something that is legal and something that is illegal.
So would you refuse these specific orders to strike drug boats if you were still in uniform?
Well, the difference between the initial strike and what is being reported, you know, as a second strike, and those things are different. I think this administration has tied themselves in knots, the explanations that we have received on how this is all legal. And I was saying weeks ago, my concern is with the service members, that we're gonna put these individuals in a really, really tough decision, in a tough place. And, you know, they may find out, you know, down the road that they did something that is illegal. It is not fair to them. That's why we need presidents and Secretary of Defense who understand the Constitution, who understand the rule of law, and have more respect for the Constitution and the country and service members than the whims of a president.
I didn't hear an answer in there, with all due respect, Mr. Astronaut. I didn't hear an answer. You attempted to do that. She asked you specifically. All right, so are we ruling that out? If you were an officer, or you're anybody in this chain of command, that was the question. Would you refuse to hit those drug boats as a general principle? It seemed to be you were saying that you could do that, right? You've pivoted now to saying, well, I'm not going to do what Hegseth allegedly did and hit the drug boat twice. But are you saying, I would go back, and usually Welker does. Let's go back here. Let's stop talking all the word salad. If you were in that situation, would you follow that order? Do you think that's an illegal order? Can we just get an answer? No, we cannot. They will not give up an answer. But notice the flavor. The point I'm making is this. This has gone well beyond them reminding people about illegal orders. They are saying down the road now, they're not going to be in there forever. The Inquirer said it. Those that do Trump's bidding, what do you think's going to happen when he's not there? You know how quickly they'll call these illegal actions. Then we'll have big court cases. The Wall Street Journal had a great piece over the weekend making the point that the reason that we believe that most orders are not illegal, all the preponderance, a huge preponderance. How in the world would we function if you're having armchair lawyers there go over every order? It is a very, very rare thing. But this guy can't even answer on one that's right in front of us. It's pretty clear what they're doing with Welker. And then pivots to telling the others, you could be in big trouble down the road. See what they're doing? They're saying it's not worth it. It's better to not follow Trump's order now, say it's an illegal order, go through that, than it is when we take power. And you're going to have to answer because we're going to say a lot of these things that Trump did, just ipso facto, because it's Trump, are illegal orders. Now, to me, this is a turning point here, even from where we were. You're going to see more and more and more of this. I'm kind of amazed to our knowledge, and thank God for this, the discipline of the U.S. military. We have not heard of any single case. Now, it's a bit of a mystery. The general in charge of hitting these drug boats may have been someone objecting and he resigned. But short of him, we're not hearing people bring this stuff up. At least it hasn't gotten out there, and the media is just waiting for it. All right, here are the phone lines. You notice this same thing. What a dilemma for being in the service. Are you going to say illegal order? Or are you going to, quote, do the bidding, as the Inquirer says, of the president, and then down the road be charged with what, a war crime, something like that, because you followed orders? 855-839-1210 with no guidance, no specifics. He was asked point blank. I would have stopped the show there. Welker usually pretty good on this. Just stop the show. Less is more. I don't want to prattle on about anything else. I'm going to ask you 4 times. Would you refuse to file the order? And I would have asked him, not just as a commander, how about as an enlisted? How about lower? Would you do it or would you not? And I'm not going to get off that. I mean, isn't this the core of what we want them to take a position on and what the military people should be hearing? Is he really going to say I would defy the order? Under what guidelines of that's an illegal order? I mean, there's no order that's been looked at and scrutinized more up and down the line. 855-839-1210. All right, let me give you the side question. Venezuela, very much in the news. Look, and I want Congress to have more of a role here. It's one of these situations where if we hit them, certainly justified. But is that an act of war? Do we need Congress's permission at some level here? We're not going to put troops on the ground. Trump's not going to do that. So Venezuela, hugely in the news. I can't take Henry with a hat on like we're in the middle of Franklin Field or something. I'm looking in there. What's
Chilly
this?
in
It's a chilly in there. My God.
It's not that chilly.
It's winter clothing.
I'm having a rough hair day here.
Oh, that's what it was. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Well, there's a lot of wind there. I didn't mean to pry. But, I mean, Dan, I'm used to the hat. When he doesn't have a hat on, I'm thinking, what the heck's
right.
up
I'm the
with
opposite
that?
here.
The opposite, yeah. So hit us with something that has the flavor, person, place, or thing of South America. That's what we're looking for. Big continent. All right, I'll take a negative one off, and I'll say cocaine because it's a Colombia alone. My God. I'll say the Amazon / rainforest.
Of course.
Yeah, those are two that I want to take
heavy
off.
hitters right there.
Yeah. I wasn't taking anything exotic. I'm going for this, straight play here. All right, how about yours, Henry?
Yeah, how about something that lies deep within the forests of South America, or so they say, and that'd be the city of gold, El Dorado. Where is it? Why hasn't anyone found it yet? You think you'd be able to stumble upon that once or twice.
Yeah, all of these places out there that are golden. Why haven't we found them?
Yeah, seriously,
Right.
Trump will probably love them. And then the other one I'm going to take off here is kind of relates back to this city, I guess. There's some islands off the coast of Ecuador. Charles Darwin once went there to go study some turtles, and our friend, the Philly Fanatic, hails from there. And that would be the Galapagos Islands.
Exactly right. Yeah, that is the Fanatic, right? I
Yeah.
thought it was Gritty. No, it's the Fanatic.
No, who knows
Gritty,
who
they
Gritty's
said a meth lab or something.
Yeah.
So,
Word on the
Kirk,
street.
how about yours?
Okay, so I'm going to take two off. Rio de Janeiro.
Yes, okay.
And the world famous Christ the Redeemer.
Oh, okay.
That's South America as you can get.
Yeah,
Overlooking everything.
Overlooking it. Yep. All right. So we got some good ones. Don't let us take all of them. You get in with yours. And we reach a point where what they're trying to provoke here, it's not just doubt, but now doubt the other way. If you don't do this, you know we're going to be back in power at some point. What do you think is going to happen to you then? You know exactly what's going to happen. We're going to go after you and say it's an illegal order, particularly if Trump is in office and we have the House. We're going to do this routinely. You're going to be in big trouble, buddy. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
My job's not to get Jack Ciattarelli elected. My job is not to have Dave McCormick win. My job is to get ratings so I get a new contract. My job is to generate financially irreplaceable. My job is to give you some entertainment, try to inform you by doing some research. I haven't mastered run versus ran. I can't educate you on certain things, but by spending some time and doing some research, maybe provide you a factoid that you didn't have the time to look for. That's my job.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people.
Make the switch today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, there's a ton of them out there today. Hit us with that, whatever you think is associated with South America coming off Venezuela. Portland, at their holiday tree lighting, talked about genocide, and they also didn't call it, even at the lighting, they just called it the tree. The tree is here for the holidays. They can't think of any other word. They're not going to say Christmas. They're not going to say it, even if it's not a holy reference or a religious reference. It's you idiots. It's a common that's what people say, Christmas tree.
Yeah.
Yeah. Has nothing to do that you have to be religious with that. Just the mere mention. You know what control it takes to be an idiot like this? It must take excruciating. Maybe not.
You just have to jump through a lot of hoops all the time.
Maybe you just get into that mode and, no, I don't think anybody could be that silly because occasionally they slip up, then they have to apologize. I didn't mean to say Christmas tree. Right. We have Hank Johnson saying, I didn't mean to say midgets, and he says it 3 times. Yeah. Midgets versus giants, yeah. All right, 855-839-1210. You can hit us with that. The editorial today for New York Post says it all. Venezuela and the world would be far better off with the Maduro regime gone. What's the effective means of doing that? Trump has definitely given an ultimatum, leave or it'll be over for you. I don't think he's going to leave because he knows his safety is probably better there. And look at a country, but it brings us to the Middle East too. Here they're sitting on top of oil, and yet they have no prosperity. They are desperate beyond belief. And it's not just socialism. It's just the narco-terrorism and everything else that goes on and will continue to go on unless somebody does something about it. And what Trump is doing with the speedboats, we're not hitting fishermen. Fishermen don't have motors. I've read a lot over the last week or so about the special motors these guys have. And then I've seen the excuse, well, their family's being held hostage, and they have to do this. They're not doing it for money. It could be a case or two. So we're supposed to say, bring poison into America. We're not going to stop you because there might be extenuating circumstances. And they talk about how fast they go, how difficult it is to ride the waves at that speed. And we don't know if the Coast Guard has anything. Not only that, we're not going to make the Coast Guard risk their lives by flying at 150 miles an hour over these waves. No, they didn't sign up for that. If we can take them out, we're going to take them out. As far as Pete Hegseth, to be determined here. I'll tell you somebody who it doesn't look like to be determined. Here's the tell. Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. The last few days, there have been all kinds of reports. You can chalk them up, media just doing that. Well, Miranda Devine in today's New York Post goes after them and talks about all of her sources and talks about what's going on at the FBI. I'm really surprised. When she goes after you, nobody has a better pipeline to Trump and the Trump administration. And I don't think anybody has been as much in their camp. So if Miranda Devine starts talking up Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, Might be time to hit the road here, or more than might. With Christmas coming up, change is rumored. I'd say it's a good bet that Trump is looking around. And I wouldn't say it if it were just the rest of the media. With somebody like that positioned to do it, though, it tells me that something is probably up. But what's up since Friday? We still have the one guy fighting for his life. We have reports of over 5,000 incidents of one sort or another that make you worry with these Afghani refugees. And maybe the best distillation of this guy. Yeah, he was working for us as long as we paid him in Afghanistan. But then when he got here and he wasn't being paid, we're seeing, and Trump is on this now big time, and there's going to be a lot of back and forth, not with the Trump base on this. They're all on board. We're seeing this idea, mass number of people brought from Afghanistan or even more, Somalia. That's where Trump's going to go next. Now, I did Minnesota radio, and they told me, oh, man, you better not bring that up there. Phil, and of course, that's the first thing I did. I didn't think there was any threat or blow up. There's one guy from Somalia that was kind of exercise. How dare you? I didn't think I'd ever hear that on the radio. And there is a huge scam revolving around Somalis, which that's how Ilhan Omar keeps on getting elected again and again. There's a fair-sized population there, and somewhat in Maine, of maybe $1 billion in fraud around Medicaid. And guess who bills it that way? The New York Times. Yeah, the New York Times for once. And they talk about walls, and they talk about walls letting it go and the people around walls. Medicaid fraud directly there. They talk about they would just bankrupt the system and then fill it up again and no questions asked. And it centers around people in Somalia. And the rationale, the New York Times says, that in Somalia, you have such a bad government that people do anything. It's so corrupt. It's so not a country that they will fleece them in any way that they can as a matter of survival. Now, we've seen this before. Remember the massive influx of people from the former Soviet Union? Where did they come? Northeast Philadelphia. I remember having a nun on, I won't say her name, who said, this guy shows up and says, I'm here at 7 o'clock. You should examine me. Yeah, but your appointment is not till 7:30. And I think she said, Henry, Don, what should I do? And I think I said, well, Boris, you're not in the old country. 7:30 means 7:30. And then in the supermarkets there, the cultural tradition of haggling. Can you imagine being behind someone in a supermarket? For this tomato gravy, I'm only going to pay $2. What are you going to say? They're going to say, it's $3.99, buddy. Put it on the conveyor. I'm not paying for that. Yeah, how can you be haggling in supermarket lines? Well, you have people coming en masse, and unless somebody, in the past, they would tell them, hey, you don't do that here. Different culture. So the Somalis there with this are bringing the same cultural vibe as the argument, New York Times even, to cheating the government. Why? Well, that's what you got to do to get by in Somalia. So it brings into the question of exactly what Trump is looking at in vetting people. Is this what we should be doing en masse, bringing in tens of thousands in one fell swoop from countries where the culture is different? Why do that? You can see the problems that are going to result. Well, Mark Kelly on 60 Minutes, he didn't see it that way. He thought it was because we don't want brown people here. Do you have that one, Henry? I'm trying to, got a little bit out of order here with Kelly. Oh, here it is. Cut 16. Here's what Kelly said about this Somalia thing and the other immigrant groups.
When I heard the secretary say that they're going to pause immigration from third world countries, I take that as a message that they don't want brown people coming to the United States. And I find that disturbing. We are a country that has always welcomed individuals that are struggling, that are fleeing famine and violence. And it would be a fundamental change to the fabric of our nation to change that.
All right, so we don't want brown people. Now, Mark Kelly, to a lot of us, seemed to be fairly moderate for the Democrats. I saw when he made this remark, people on Twitter showing his home. It's got this fabulous pool. It's $2.5 million in Arizona. And people saying, yeah, Mark, I don't think you're experiencing what we're experiencing. So that's all that this is about. He doesn't think the Somalis and $1 billion in Medicaid fraud is anything to get worried about. He doesn't think we have another Afghani over the weekend who they arrested was plotting to blow up a car bomb in Fort Worth in Texas. So we're really at risk from certain countries without a doubt. And that's what Trump is taking a look at. No, not Mark Kelly, though. The man who can't tell us what an illegal order is, but he's going to tell you, we take over again, you know what's going to happen to you. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. Coming up, we're going to talk with David Zawag. 6 years ago, the COVID virus, I don't know if he wrote about it instantly. We had him on, though, a month or 2 or 3 months, something like that, into it. And it was riveting stuff, and he went on to research all this and put it together. So we're glad to have him back. By the way, I'm looking at the Common Sense book with Scott Jennings. President Trump wrote, Scott Jennings' book is inspired by my inaugural address and the many common sense actions that we have taken in an effort to make America great again. Scott finally really gets it, unlike the fake news. An excellent Trumpian review of the book. We'll be talking about that, but there's a lot in there about Elon Musk. And also, we'll talk about, there is Scott Jennings' derangement syndrome. I'll play you coming up. One of these guys saying, I admire Abby Phillip, but we got to get Scott Jennings off CNN. Can't have this. How does this guy have this platform? It tells you he's the most effective out there currently. Get your tickets now. It's going to be a great night. Get the meet and greet part. You'll love meeting everybody, including Scott Jennings, before the show. We have a full hour and 15 minutes or so of the meet and greet, and then we have an hour and 15 minutes with him on stage. It's 1210WPHT.com. Get those tickets going now. 1210WPHT.com. David Zawag coming up, and your calls on Talk Radio 1210.
The holidays are here, and it's time to give back. Join us for the 7th Annual Piazza Auto Group Toy Drive, along with the Salvation Army and Hope Kids right here in our communities. Friday, December 5th, from 6 a.m. till noon. Stop by as we broadcast live from Piazza Honda in Springfield, right off Baltimore Pike. Bring a new unwrapped toy and celebrate the season with us. Plus, you can grab a picture with our own St. Nick, Kale dressed up as Santa, plus Dawn the Elf and Greg the Grinch. This Friday morning, 6 till noon at Piazza Honda Springfield with Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
This December, Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too, with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you can get 0 interest for 5 years. Hurry, this sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Visit windownation.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
more. Listen up, folks never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. App only.
Take your holiday green bean casserole from bland to brilliant with Hatfield Classic Cut Bacon. Start with your traditional casserole recipe. Then add a generous layer of crispy chopped Hatfield bacon on top. The rich, smoky flavor takes this holiday classic from side dish to showstopper. Your guests will savor the upgrade and return for seconds and even thirds. More holiday recipe inspiration awaits at simplyhatfield.com. Hatfield, better care, better pork, better holidays.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, big issues, big guest. Tom Giordano show. Welcome in. One of our all-time favorites. I can remember with Dan as we sat there, he had written something about kids, and it really took off with people because we were feeling the brunt of the petty tyrannies around COVID at that point. Kids in summer camp and wearing masks, even though you're outdoors, and all those things, and they weren't the target group, youngish kids. And we periodically have had them back through a book, the author of Invisibles. And in addition to everything else, we thought 6 years ago today was the first one that broke through a bit, even though they covered it up in Wuhan. We started with the wet market there, which was horrible. And that took wow, maybe it's that bad. Okay. And then the Chinese ruthlessly cleaning up their mess, and then to the rest of the world. All right. He was written for New York Magazine, Wired, The Atlantic, all over the place. David Zawag here on Talk Radio 1210. David, welcome back to Philadelphia. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, great to be back once again.
So that's the first experience we had with you. I don't know, it was an Atlantic article where I saw it when you wrote the craziness of what was going to happen that summer outdoors. You remember all that?
I do very well, yes.
Yeah, so David, we then launched from there. And again, I say this all the time, and I'm not sure if you've written about this or not. We've never come to a reckoning on this of who did what, who was right, who was wrong. After, feeling out here, we'll give a couple months grace because this was all new. But then after that, what happened with schools, I guess, is the one I'm closest to. What would you point to that happened during all that we should recognize now and say, no, we're not going to go back again? That type of mentality. We don't know what may hit us next, but we're not going to experience that again.
Yeah, I extensively document this in my book, An Abundance of Caution, which came out in the spring. And by the way, for any of your listeners interested, the paperback is coming out in a couple months this spring, so it'll be a lot less money. But it really is. What I tried to create was a historical document, and it reads, I think, to most people as a pretty riveting narrative of what happened, now that we're a little bit more removed. And what I show is that over and over, the public health and medical officials and the broader establishment really launched us on the path of a whole variety of interventions, including school closures, that had no evidence for their benefit. And what I talk about in the book a lot is that, medicine, the rule of thumb, everyone knows the old line, no first, do no harm. And there's a reason for that cliche as part of the Hippocratic Oath, is that the burden is on showing that an intervention works before you can implement it. You would never have a doctor give you, tell you to have a surgery if they didn't know whether the thing would work or not, unless you were in an emergency situation and you were 100% going to die. And as you noted, there's some grace for the initial few weeks here where things were still uncertain. It makes sense in that context, perhaps, to tap the brakes and for everyone to take a pause. But what I detail is that we actually did have a lot of more information than what the government let on in the United States. And other countries that all had access to the same information behaved very, very differently from how the United States behaved, and in particular in relation to keeping kids out of school for an extraordinary length of time. And there was no benefit for that intervention.
Yeah, we know that, and we have the emails. We saw that the CDC was moving toward that, and they got the kibosh, and I think it was Randy Weingart and somewhat the NEA. It showed you that science wasn't a driving force, even if the science was an error in the beginning. I find that to be a little bit acceptable because it was new. But then after that, and David, the thing that got us here in Pennsylvania, where the shutdown of these businesses, some were allowed to remain open, others were not, and they were relatively similar. That sort of stuff, the damage from that. What are you through now? Force. I see this is out there because they have never suffered because of this. There's like no blueprint that we know in our mind. Here's what happened here. We're still divided a bit on this, I think.
Yeah, I think that's right. And there's tons of evidence that the sort of social political dynamics at play during the pandemic, while of course there are some details that are different, who is and is not in office and so on, the general structure of American society remains the same insofar as these political and tribal divisions are still there. A really good example just happened recently, an internal email at the FDA by Vinay Prasad was leaked recently, and where he said FDA had found in an investigation that there were at least 10 deaths of children related to the COVID vaccine. And this, of course, was never really admitted or discussed in any real candid fashion by the CDC during the pandemic. And but yet what we see, and I did a lot of poking around on this, after the email was leaked, that the same forces immediately dismiss this from the media, like the New York Times and big TV networks, to the kind of, quote, health establishment with the same short list of
well, David,
people.
let me give you this. I've
it.
been thinking about this all day to get you on. So the antidote to this on the other side is RFK Jr. That's the way I see him. And parts of it, I'm all on board. Other parts of it, toward vaccines and all, overall, I have some skepticism. In other words, on the food processing and things of that nature, it's remarkable what he's been able to do so far. So do you see RFK Jr. getting traction as one of the outcomes of this, that at least is an outcome, that one side saying, we want this guy to deconstruct some of the stuff that really went awry here?
Yeah, I totally agree with what you said, that, RFK Jr. is his appointment at HHS, in my view, is an inevitable sort of like pendulum swing all the way in the other direction. And, say what people will about RFK Jr., and there are a number of claims and things he has said that I think are not things, they are being, highly debated. He is a result of the sort of pendulum being all the way on the other side with the Biden administration, and even before that, even under Trump, with the sort of like entrenched kind of bureaucratic class who was running our public health institutions, that when the public loses so much trust in these institutions, which is what happened as a result of BS decisions that were made over and over again, that inevitably you're going to wind up with someone who's all the way on the other side, like an RFK Jr. And I agree with you. Some of the stuff he's advocated for, the so-called MAHA, Make America Healthy Again, with how much of a benefit there will actually be for removing, red dye number 6 and whatnot? Who knows? but I think you would be hard pressed to find people who would actually argue in favor of keeping, artificial colors and flavorings in our food. And look, it's kind of fascinating that no one under, Republican or Democratic administrations for generations has had the initiative and the ability to actually push this stuff through. But we're seeing real changes. Again, these might be things on the margin, but maybe he's starting off with some, easy wins, and he'll, attempt, more, substantial types of changes down the road.
Absolutely. Well, David, I can't tell you. I remember that interview out of hundreds. We just, it was like we discovered a unicorn, you writing about summer camp in the manner that you did, because it was at the height of it where we were turning the corner from saying, all right, we've given you this, this, and this, we get it. And now you wrote about preposterous stuff that year around summer camp. That was it. We were off to the races. So congratulations on the book, An Abundance of Caution. When does it come out in paperback? Couple months?
Yeah, in a couple months. I think in March. You could probably pre-order it now, and the hardcovers, available now.
Right.
But you're totally right. I was basically the lone voice when that summer camp guidance came out, and they said kids need to wear masks outdoors, and I knew all the data at that point. And I said, this is nuts, and I thought I would get scooped by another journalist because it was so obvious that this was ridiculous. But you know what happened? No one else wrote about it.
Exactly. Exactly.
So it was good for me, I guess, as a journalist. Bad for society.
But David, appreciate it very much. What are you working right now? What's coming up? What's the next big thing?
Yeah, I'm poking around and doing some stuff still related to medicine and science. But what I'm really interested in is I've pulled the lens back, and I'm just interested in, sort of academic word, epistemology, which means like how we learn. What's the nature of knowledge? And to me, evidence is so important in how we think about the world. And, the launch point was the research I did during the pandemic, but you can apply that to so many other things, including sort of media awareness. When you read, for example, this New York Times article about the leaked email from Vinay Prasad, they don't provide evidence for all sorts of claims they make. They include some, quote, experts who say this is bad or this is garbage, but they don't give actual evidence why. And that to me is a cornerstone of the problem in our society, is that you have the media and other people making all sorts of claims and doing things, policies without evidence. So that's something I've been thinking deeply about, and I'd like to write something that's accessible to regular people about evidence and how it's going to change the way you see yourself in the world.
Well, we're looking forward to that. David, have a great Christmas if we don't talk, and thank you again, particularly for today.
You got it. Glad to chat with you as always.
All right, David Zawag, here on Talk Radio 1210. Yeah. I remember that moment he first came on. Your sense of it, and the biggest memory I have back early with COVID is Jeff Van Drew was turning parties. Trump was coming to announce that to Wildwood. Rich and I were at Mulligan's. He doing the morning, I'm doing 9 to noon. I look around the bar, and, this is right before we got the all signal, it's COVID. Weeks before, something like that, there had to be 200 people in there. In a place like Mulligan's. I mean, my God, how do we survive? That's a miracle. I mean, this was very early on. We still didn't know yet. But today's the day they discovered this Wuhan guy, and they started going down the path. Must be the wet market. Oh, yeah, the wet market. Chinese communist. The other thing, the biggest takeaway from this is still the biggest takeaway in the world. The Communist Chinese Party, the people that run China, they are the enemy of the world, and they are the most potent force in history, and they murdered people by what they did here with their cover-up, etc. They are the existential threat. Given their power, given their population, given everything, weapons of mass destruction, nothing compares to it in history, and this was just an example of what they're about. COVID's one of the biggest I can put out. That's my biggest takeaway from 6 years ago. All right, 855-839-1210. Coming to you, hit us on the side question. something associated with South America. I've been talking to all kinds of people. I told you with Guy Shiraki. Guy managed the Pennsylvania campaign for Bush. He was telling me today in 2004. Jennings was managing New Mexico. And two of them met at various meetings. He's coming. He's a big Chester County guy out there in Phoenixville, the Colonial Theater. So a lot of people have connection to this guy. Who would have thought, though? And this book tour, I'm following it because I'm really getting taken to the mattresses already, getting ready to interview him. It's incredible. We're going to play you a guy today who wants him off CNN. It says he's a better liar than Trump. He shouldn't have this platform. There's a Jennings derangement syndrome. As much as people love what he's doing on CNN of all places, there are others that see what a threat he is. And President Trump has gone all out for this book. And there's a lot of Musk in there. Huge amount of Musk. So get your tickets now. You're going to want to be part. Nothing like politics and pints. The Pints part is great, too. Great bar there. The Colonial. Historic. It's going to be a fun night and a night that you'll get a lot of insight about Trump, about Musk, about politics in general. And Scott Jennings couldn't do better. This is right. It's his time right now, second to none. Get those tickets, 1210WPHT.com, 1210WPHT.com.
Start your collectible coin journey today with the first ever Seuss coin. Hip, hip, hooray! The Grinch is here for all to see. DrSeussCoins.com kicks off your collecting spree. Now, for the first time ever, Rare Collectibles TV has licensed Dr. Seuss's beloved creations, making them come to life on collectible, adorable coins. Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 examples have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com, DrSeussCoins.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Royersford, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Tired of looking at your ugly old slippery bathtub? You don't have to any longer. Call PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold with tons of design options. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it installs in just 1 day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit TrustPJ.com today for your free design consultation. That's TrustPJ.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney.
This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It is Dom time, 855-839-1210. Side question today. Of course, Venezuela. I see a Republican congressman predicting, he's on one of the intelligence committees, I believe, that he thinks Maduro will leave Venezuela this week. Wow. Now that would be, what would Mark Kelly say about that? Oh my God, we forced out the sour. Are we really going to do the Maduro defense? At least Hugo Chavez changed the times of day. I'd have to look it up, but he started the day on the 05 or something. He made up times. He just changed the system of time in Venezuela. You talk about a cuckoo country sitting on top of oil, and they can't process it. Let's go to Agatha, Medford, New Jersey. She starts us off on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Agatha, hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I've calmed down since I talked to the person that answered the phone, but it's all about these illegals and how, about the Somalis and keeping them here. Really, Don, I don't want them here or anybody else here that's not legal. I don't want to pay for them. Mm-hmm. I just don't want to do it. I'm 79 years old, although I'm a spicy 79-year-old.
Well, nice. York, they are here, mostly illegal. But to your point, they are not fitting in. They haven't fit in, and they're behind. It's guesstimated $1 billion in Medicaid fraud. $1 billion.
I know. I'm tired of it. Why do these men that are in Congress and the House of Representatives, right. I mean, where are their minds? Don't they know how we feel? Well, they have their cushy houses, and I'm tired of it. I'm tired of us paying for people that should go back where they came from because they only bring what they left here. And I don't want it. I know I can't be the only person.
You're not. That's why Trump was elected, why he would be elected again, I'm convinced, because he's the one that's going to take on things like that.
But they're against him. Like the saying, he could invent a cure for cancer, and they would boo-hoo it. I'm just tired of the way they think. I'm tired of the Republicans not getting down and dirty and growing a set. I'm just tired of it.
Thank you, Agatha. Wow, she's calmed down since the previous. That's good. No, that's exactly the response to this Somali thing. And even the New York Times saying massive fraud, Wall's involved. They just kept on replenishing it. It could be up to $1 billion in Medicaid fraud. I mean, Ilhan Omar is the principal face of this. That's why she's elected there. I told you the story in Northeast Philadelphia. That's minor with the Russians coming in en masse. But at least we had some sense of the golden rule. You got to learn to assimilate here. We don't have that anymore. In other words, assimilation, that's almost racist to Mark Kelly. We just don't want brown people here. No, you got to assimilate to American culture, American values. And this just pocket, there are two places that I know of. Maine is another one. It breeds nothing but trouble. I told you the story when I'm filling in Minnesota. This is a while ago. There was a raging debate because Somali taxi cab drivers were refusing to pick up people at the airport who they thought or saw was coming from the duty-free shop with alcohol because they didn't want it in their cab. It's pretty clear. Hey, buddy, you're a public accommodation. Are you kidding me? It doesn't matter what your religion is in this. You got to pick up someone. If they want to start drinking alcohol in the cab, I don't know if that's legal or not. It depends on the law. But you can't bring your religion into this and say, no, I'm not going to pick them up. Just as an example, and again, it's the Sharia law stuff. It's all of that. But this is outright fraud that even the New York Times is reporting on. Hey, by the way, I just saw this. Quick Scott Jennings story. He's in trouble. This is from CNN. One of the people said, are you going to apologize to Catherine Zeta-Jones, Henry? And the reason is, and I think I saw some of this, her kid was on doing Democrat talking points. He's like a podcaster. And of course, because of the lineage,
right.
I think it's Michael Douglas and Catherine Zeta-Jones. They put him on CNN.
Of course.
And Jennings goes, all I did was dismantle him like I do all these guys. Why should I have to apologize to Catherine Zeta-Jones?
Yeah.
And the woman said, because she's mad, and it's obvious. You went after her son. Oh, my God.
Mommy has to come rescue him.
Yeah, now put Catherine Zeta-Jones in there. Tag in there. I'm going to ask them on December 9th, who is it if they tagged him in, maybe two of them, would be capable of making an argument back and forth? I think he said Axelrod and Van Jones.
So this isn't just a mother-son duo, it's any duo?
Yeah.
Any sort of tag team?
Any duo of these. I'm trying to think of who I've seen who's particularly good. Anna Navarro, does she get under the skin enough of Scott Jennings?
She gets under her own skin.
Yeah. I would do a lightning round. Who gets under your skin? And I'll hit them with name after name to see if there's anybody. Get those tickets. So fabulous night. A lot of fun. Go to 1210WPHT.com, 1210WPHT.com. A little bit later on, we're going to talk with Stephen Sund, who was the commander of the Capitol Police Force on January 6th, and get his take on what it's like in Washington now. I'm not sure if the 500 more troops, National Guard that Trump has sent in have arrived and are fully operational. And did this guy, I haven't seen anybody else probe this, did he shoot her at close range because she was a woman? Did he know that? Did he target her that way? Because the other guy got away a little bit. He still critically wounded him. But her, he just shot point blank range. 855-839-1210.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd to the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions of people are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We'll remove the stress and work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident, but if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Let's fall in love again with old Europe. This time, we're discovering Europe's best-kept secret, stunningly beautiful Portugal. What the Roman Empire called Finisterre, the end of the earth, we're calling home for 10 days next spring. And if you've loved our tour events in Italy, you're going to love what Conservative Tours has designed just for our listeners at 1210. Dining at wineries that rival the best in Europe, private Portuguese escort for the event along with 4-star accommodations. 5738, that includes your airfare from Philadelphia, the Bellum Tower, Geronimo's Monastery, the fun of strolling Alfama's cobblestone passages brimming with seafood restaurants. Call 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. Join me for the history, cuisine, and unique beauty of this secret land, small but oh so impressive. I'll see you in Bellum Tower. 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Hugh Douglas here. Make your tailgates and holidays count with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey at your local fine wine and good spirit stores. Save $3 on 750s of Jack Daniel's Old No. 7 and $2 on Jack and Honey and Jack Fire. And for your high-end personal stash, save $2 on Jack Daniel's Bottled in Bond, $3 on Gentleman Jack 1.75 liters, and $3 on Jack Single Barrel Select 750 milliliters. Stock up now at your local fine wine and good spirit stores. Maybe I'll see you there. Celebrate responsibly.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Yeah, it is Dom time. Good Monday, everyone. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. We have the first White House briefing since the National Guard woman was killed in D.C., and I'm sure there'll be a lot of back and forth on any number of things, including, the idea of putting them in harm's way. You'll see a lot on that. Here is a little bit, I feel Agatha's call, Agatha from Medford. This is cut 15. This is President Trump, as I was saying, talking about reverse migration. Why in the world were the Somalis able to congregate there in the manner we're talking about, where it was relatively easy to have $1 billion, according to the New York Times and other sources, in fraud, walls, Medicaid fraud, big numbers. And with the Afghani resettlement, again, 5,000 reports after this shooting of various people. You had another one over the weekend who wanted to car bomb Fort Worth, Texas. Again, the policy, Biden baggage again. And it brings up the issue, and that's why he's pausing all of this, and rightfully so, and vetting more of it and trying to vet as many green card people in certain areas as possible. Why in the world do we need it? I played you Mark Kelly. He says you just don't want brown people. We need it because that's what America is all about. So they're essentially saying, we're going to roll the dice with American lives. If you broke them really down, it's a small number versus the principle is greater. We must do that. Otherwise, we're not America. And that's not the way I see it, not even a little bit. We have to be really cautious about this stuff. And even then, the guy in question, maybe he wasn't radicalized. Maybe he turned because we stopped paying him. He was being paid in Afghanistan. I think his apartment may have been paid here for a while. And you bring massive numbers of people like that to this country in that manner, and you're going to end up with some who are going to do extremely bad things. Well, the Mark Kellys of the world are saying, yeah, what's your point? That's what you have to do, or you're not the United States of America. Here's the Trump response to a lot of this aboard the plane about reverse migration, cut 15.
What do you mean by reverse migration? It means get people out that are in our country, get them out of here. I want to get them out. We got a lot of people in our country that shouldn't be here, and they came in through Biden, and he was the worst president in the history of our country. But the single biggest thing he did was allow millions of people into our country that shouldn't be here. Drug dealers, prisons were opened up and allowed to come into our country. You take a look at the people that were allowed to come into our country. We're paying a big price for it, and we will for years to come, including the recent killer of two wonderful National Guards people. And I'll tell you what, that animal should not have been allowed to come into our country.
Okay, so again, there's the response. He is to why don't others do it? Well, it takes a lot to be able to do it. You're going to hear people like Mark Kelly, who has become real. Maybe Mark Kelly wasn't duped into this. Maybe Mark Kelly was one of the architects of the original PSA that we saw, right? And over the weekend, my observation, the Inquirer had it, Mark Kelly had it. They're sending a message to people in the military and all walks of government and all that. You do the bidding of Trump. When we take power, this may be an illegal order you're following. So you better be really careful. Well, how are we determining that? Well, you can't even tell us. He was asked, and I played it already, on Meet the Press, would you refuse the order to hit those drug boats? And he started meandering toward the second order to hit the drug boat the second time. No. We were talking about the first. Would you refuse that order? Well, you're not going to answer, fine. We can't continue the interview. Just can't do it. You're going to have to answer something here when you're telling people to put their lives on the line, that you're either going to get them now or they're going to be gotten afterward when you come to power. That's where we are now. Trump can't be gotten at, so we're going to get other people around him. Just like can't get at Trump, we're going to come out and vote to get Jack Ciattarelli. Similar thing. By the way, Mikey Sherrill is all over a New Jersey law proposed now that would not allow ICE to mask up while they're in Jersey. Really? And who's going to enforce that against ICE? Who's going to do that? New Jersey State Police? Is that where we want to go with this? The architect of it says by allowing them to do that, I'm going to see if he'll come on. This moron. The reason is, if you let them do that, robbers are going to be thinking about that. They're going to get ice jackets, mask up, and then they'll be able to rob easier. Oh, yeah. We're going to see these guys coming into a jewelry store and think, oh, that's really ice. Those people in the jewelry store are going to be raided, and then they'll be able to rob you. And Mikey Sherrill is on board with this state assemblyman's bill to, and who's going to do that? Who's going to stop ICE from masking up? Who's going to stop a federal government agent in Jersey? You're going to put the state police into that? Is that what we want? Yeah, well, Mikey Sherrill, new governor, sure. She'll order it. They won't be able to wear the mask in Jersey. Then we get into why do they wear the mask? They're just covering their identity. Yes, go on. We know exactly why they're doing that, why that's being allowed. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Hit me with something that represents South America. Person, place, thing, trend, product, anything South American. The Venezuelan thing is really jumping to the top here. And if Maduro leaves this week, which could happen, it would really be a feather in the cap for Trump. Now, I don't know who would take over. I know they had a rebel, in the best sense of the word there, who ran against Maduro. I don't know how it could be worse, particularly for us. I'm sure there would be a little bit of civil war going on there. I realize that always happens. But Maduro is not keeping this in country. He's exporting that to us with these speedboats going 160 miles an hour. No, they're not fishermen. Fishermen are not going to have boats like this. Now, what kind of order did Pete Hegseth give? We're going to see, because people are going to be put under oath. I want everything to be under oath here. And let's see what gets set under oath. And if it's a case that under oath, he did order that in that manner, the president is suggested that that's something to look at. But I do think if there's any shakeup in the Trump administration, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino might be where that happens. When Miranda Devine, writing for the New York Post, brings that up, that's a pretty good barometer that something could be up. Let's go to Robert in Ben Salem. He's on Talk Radio 12. Hey, Robert, welcome in.
Hey, Dom Henry. It's good to talk to you guys today. And I'm going to stay on topic real quick. Apparently, Biden's lawfare and what he did to put political opponents in jail and stuff like that wasn't restricted to the United States. The Honduras had a leader named, his last name was Hernandez, and he was on the right.
Mm-hmm.
And Biden administration went down there. He was sentenced to 45 years in American jail for drug trafficking based on the testimony of two drug traffickers that Hernandez had put in jail because he was very much against drugs and against corruption. And Biden took this guy out. I think Trump is getting ready to pardon him. But the level, I mean, Biden is just a puppet. The left, it's worldwide, and it's so insidious and into everything. I mean, you look at Boris Johnson, you look at Benjamin Netanyahu, you look at Le Pen in France, you look at Abe in Japan, and it seems like there's a worldwide effort to get rid of the right, and it's the global socialists. And what Biden did in Honduras was shameful, and it wasn't even reported on the news, Dom. I mean, we all heard about Noriega and what Bush did to him.
No, you're right. This is a very underplayed story. Look, the only thing I'll say about it, and I hear your point on it, I am very concerned with Trump and too many pardons, not necessarily in this case. So I look at everything with a bit of a jaundiced eye on all these pardons.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's just so frustrating that, as you say, there's never a reckoning for these people. They never pay, and that's the problem.
Yeah,
that's why they
imagine
keep doing
it was 6 years ago when the first case came up, and it seems like we've just blown past it, Rob. Even Trump didn't bring it up much during the campaign, in either campaign. I'm not sure why. We've forgotten all the lessons. The guy we had on is really on it, and they would do it to us again in a heartbeat, the same thing.
Well, just remember, the people that are so concerned about breaking up families now had no problem with grandma dying by herself in a nursing home.
That's exactly right. That's exactly, yeah, that is one of the top 10 images, seeing that happen. I just thank our lucky stars, though. Imagine Mulligan's. You've heard us describe it, right? 200 people in there. Yeah. And what was it? It was late January, very late January, that Trump came there. They had to turn on the water and all at the Bolero for Van Drew. And Rich and I are in that tiny bar. I mean, it was more mobbed. It was like standing, 8 people deep. It was crazy what was going on. And yet, nobody got COVID, I think, coming out of it. I don't know how. And I was in there like 6 hours, and Rich came back. He was in there 5. It was nuts.
I hear you. We had this question before, and I want to take an answer off the board because I believe I won with it last time, and that was the potato. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I vaguely
do. The potato was a transplant during the Columbian Exchange, but it's going to be incorporated into my answer. The potato was one of the reasons that the Inca Empire was so successful and became the biggest empire in South America before the Spanish showed up and conquered it. But what they did in Machu Picchu, their capital city of Cusco, it's things. Well, they say they didn't do it. They said the Olmec, their ancestors, did it, but they were still credited with it. But if you ever see Machu Picchu and things in the Andes and Bolivia and stuff like that, because it went from Chile all the way up to Ecuador, it's gorgeous, Tom. And that's my answer. I'll go with the Incan Empire.
Thank you very much.
You guys have a great day.
Yeah, it was an outside the box. We may have done this a couple of years ago. I just thought with Venezuela in the news, though, big time here. I mean, we may bomb them. You got the drug boats, Hegseth, and Maduro may walk with assurances at the end of this week. All right, so 855-839-1210. Get in on that side question. Anything associated with South America? I've never been to South America. I don't have tremendous, I got to get to South America someday. Asia, for some reason, I'm not going to Asia. I can see no reason for going to Asia.
Really?
No, there's nothing about it that appeals. What's the biggest appeal to Asia to you?
Oh, man, I think it'd either be like Tokyo or maybe like somewhere in South Korea.
Tokyo, though, can you imagine just the people, wall-to-wall people?
Yeah, that's part of it, yeah.
Oh, God. Yeah, you'll be sleeping. You're about 6'2". You'll be sleeping in a bunk bed, 5'8". That's what's going to happen.
No way.
I mean, you see those hotels they sleep in? Oh,
yeah,
my God. Oh, goodness. All right. So it's 855-839-1210. There's a college coach. I throw it to Henry here. You don't even need his name, that jumped ship from one team to another. Here's the thing. Several people writing, why are all these political people killing this Lane Kiffin guy? In other words, why do they have a stake in it? Is it just that college football is so egregious that these coaches do anything they want? But so do the players now. They can move all around. I'm always in favor of it. That's why if you can move around in college, why do we have the NFL draft? I'd be in favor of not having it.
No, I'm in favor of keeping the NFL the way it is. They have it's the juxtaposition between the two. College football is complete chaos, wall to wall from week one all the way to the college football playoff.
It's freedom.
Yeah, but then the NFL's got that nice structure. It's Saturday and Sunday. It's
by repressing people.
If that's what you want to call it. Yeah,
I think it is. I wouldn't like to go to Buffalo, would you?
No.
There you go. All right.
But if all the pay structure is the same everywhere, then yeah.
Oh, God. No, well, you'd go to Miami or someplace like that.
I guess so, yeah. For the tax purposes, you would.
Yeah, among other things. Mm-hmm. All right, 855-839-1210. Coming to you, hit us on the side question. And this change, Mark Kelly has really ratcheted it up. What they're saying to people in the military, err on the side of not following orders. Because if that order turns out to be illegal, not just now, but a year or two from now when we take over, then you're going to have to answer for it. Yet they still won't say, is shooting the Venezuelan drug boats, is that an illegal order? Now, if Mark Kelly would at least say that, then we might be able to send a message to the military about what an illegal order is. I think it's incumbent upon the Supreme Court or somebody to rule. Does the president have the power to do what Trump's doing with the Venezuelan drug boats? I think he does. But I'd like to see the legal battle and settle it and then offer that up to the military. You see, this order goes from the commander-in-chief to you. You're following a legal order. You needn't worry about what the Democrats are going to do to you when they take over again. All right, 855-839-1210. Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Thrilled to be bringing Scott Jennings to the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville for our next Politics and Pints on the 9th of December at 7:30. His book, President Trump Says, is directly inspired by my inaugural address. No fake news. There's Jennings derangement syndrome across the country now because of all this. You'll get it all. Get your tickets now. Go to 1210WPHT.com, 1210WPHT.com.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-342-1834. That's 800-342-1834.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-1313. 800-791-1313.
Gold is around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar on the spot. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. If it's valuable, they're buying it. Just walk in, get a free appraisal, and walk out with cash in your hand. They're also buying pre-1964 silver coins, flatware, sterling silverware stamped 925, coin collections, gold, silver, foreign, and domestic. Plus, they've been in business over 30 years. With thousands of prior happy customers, licensed, bonded, state-certified scales, highest tech equipment, employees with GIA certifications. Estates Roadshow is happening 5 days only, Monday through Friday in Cherry Hill at the Doubletree Hotel, in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, and in Media at the Hampton Inn. Gold is hot right now, so get yourself some cash for the holidays. Go to estatesroadshow.com. estatesroadshow.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Tom's Funny Melody coming early today. All right, how about Evita? We have to take Evita off the board. Argentina is not a country people often think of with South America, but it's one of the principals. Nothing on Brazil. We did have one from Kirk on Brazil. Something associated with South America since Venezuela, very much in the news. Scott Jennings on the morrow at noon. And I looked up the definition of Appalachia, or Appalachia, you're supposed to say now, since he's from Kentucky. And it says that there are like a dozen states or more that have Appalachia in their contours. But I was right. The real pockets are like Kentucky, all 52 counties.
Yeah.
West Virginia, 1 million counties, Tennessee, places like that. So I think I'm going to do that tomorrow unless you come up with something brilliant there, Henry, because I already take off the board Dolly Parton for tomorrow when I think of all that.
That is a great one.
Yeah. But he is a Kentuckian, although apparently not an alcohol drinker. I don't know how that's going to work with politics and pints. He told me Pellegrino water.
1 Cape May IPA. That's all he's going to need.
Yeah, okay. That's what we're going to try. Yeah, I think you'll go for that. That means I should have a couple glasses of wine on the table there. Make a note on that.
Yeah.
I do know it was tough sledding. They made us drink it. I'm not a bourbon drinker. I was ready to spit it out. The Danny Thomas turned my head. But with Rand Paul, I had to drink it. Oh, God. Just the bourbon tour he talked about. Yeah, how could you do a bourbon tour, from place to place? Within 2 or 3 places, you're wrecked.
Yeah, that's the point.
It. I know.
That's like going to a winery. Like, what's going to happen?
Yeah, I know. With a wine, you can go on for quite a while. You could have 5 glasses of wine and still be decent. Couldn't drive, but I mean, you could walk around.
That's exactly.
The bourbon stuff. Come on.
I think that's
how about a vodka tour? Can you imagine?
Yeah.
I don't even know
you head to Russia and you do that one.
I don't know how the Russians live to 70, even if that's their life expectancy, given everything. All right, this man has it all figured out, though, here early today, too. The great Joe of Exton. Hey, Joe, hope you had a good weekend. What do you have today?
Yes, hello, Dom. Good afternoon, and likewise. The man called Simon Bolivar, after whom the country of Bolivia is named, he's considered the George Washington of South America by freeing South America from the control of the country of Spain.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And, Joe, do you know which country did the Portuguese apparently have control of?
Oh, Brazil.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why they speak Portuguese still today. Yeah, Joe, that's a good one. Simon Bolivar. Okay, here is President Trump a little bit more on this Medicaid corruption and the Somalis. This is cut 18. I think this is aboard the plane again. And he made the point that Agatha made and I made. When you bring vast numbers of people in from a particular country with the third world culture, etc., and we don't have assimilation as the word of the day anymore, you're not allowed to do that, to drumbeat that. You got to assimilate into America. That's the way that it works. There are too many enablers to say, no, it doesn't. You're going to end up with this. Here's Trump on the Somalis and the $1 billion, $1 billion in one state, Minnesota, in Medicaid fraud.
Like those people, the people from different countries that are not friendly to us and countries that are out of control themselves. Countries like Somalia that have virtually no government, no military, no police. All they do is go around killing each other. Then they come into our country and tell us how to run our country. We don't want them. You got to talk up.
She said how many countries? Is there a list?
Well, I guess we gave you 19, right? And it's probably more than that.
Is that what you mean when you mean third world countries, those 19?
No, I don't think they're all third world, but in many cases they are third world. They're not good countries. They're very crime-ridden countries. They're countries that don't do a good job. They're countries that don't register from the standpoint of success. And we, frankly, don't need their people coming into our country telling us what to do.
And you talk about
I'm talking about like Somalia, where you have a congressman goes around telling everybody about our Constitution, and yet she supposedly came into our country by marrying her brother. Well, if that's true, she shouldn't be a congressman, and we should throw her the hell out of our country.
Wow. Take that, Ilhan Omar. Well, I've said many times, and we just had the biggest holiday of the year for that, gratitude. Gratitude is one of the most noble virtues. If you have gratitude, the people that help you on your way to achieving whatever you're achieving, and you show that, that goes a long way with me, a huge amount. It's a cousin to loyalty, but gratitude. And Ilhan Omar, I think, was rescued from a refugee camp. And yet, could anyone say she has gratitude for this country? That doesn't mean you have to be in lockstep with everything we do and every policy. But she and other members of the squad, Tlaib principally, they have no gratitude. There is none. It is always just carping about America and how bad America is, constantly. I've never seen her heartfelt talk that story and say, of course, how could anyone not see America as this shining city on a hill, the beacon, all of that stuff? There's no gratitude there. So Trump has taken off the gloves on all this stuff. And I think this Somalia thing is what he's talking about. Every bit, if not more, than the Afghan thing and the killing, because the Somalia thing is vast. And I'm going to try to get somebody on tomorrow to take you through that it's $1 billion. Now, Walz and his cockamamie government involved. But how were they able to scam Medicaid? New York Times says about $1 billion. All right, Stephen Son, who was in charge of the Capitol Police on January 6th, among other things, and has been with us, just heroic what he suffered as a result of doing all the right things, wanted to get him on to talk about what it's like in Washington now and his sense of this shooting. Did this guy shoot the woman first because she was a woman? He's next here. But first, let's remind you about my good friend, personal dental specialist and board-certified prosthodontist. That's Dr. Robert Bentz. He has exciting news to share. His daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, has successfully challenged and completed her board certification. That's no small feat. When I've been there and talked to them about it, this is tough stuff. A lot of exams, like they even had to travel for one. I mean, it takes a lot. And now they have two prosthodontists there with over 11 years of training and 33 years of experience between them. It's thrilling to know Dr. Emily Bentz. She joins to Dr. Bentz in providing the best and customized and innovative care for the most complex dental cases like mine, in addition to the exceptional general dentistry provided by Dr. Sarah Cooley Bentz. So it is a true family dental experience here. So when you have an issue that requires highly specialized care, perhaps a second opinion, do what I did. Just call the Bentz Dental Group at 610-272-6949 or visit their website at Bentz, BENTZDentalGroup.com. Call them right now, 610-272-6949.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This Christmas, unwrap the magic at Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. Discover diamonds that dazzle with the 5 C's: color, cut, clarity, carat, and the cozy touch. Our diamonds showcase vibrant color, precision cut, unparalleled clarity, and a carat that captures hearts. And of course, there's the cozy difference, where every piece is a masterpiece. Make this holiday unforgettable with a gift from Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. Visit us online at CozyJewelers.com. Visit us today and let the 5 C's of cozy light up your Christmas.
Check off the wish list with instant savings and free battery offers on select Steel tools. Shop online or in store. Steel. Weather sponsored by Wawa.
A dry and chilly day today with a mix of sun and clouds, high 44. Tonight, clouds on the increase, low 31 for the city, colder in the suburbs. For Tuesday, a winter weather advisory in effect for the northwest suburbs. Rain and snow develop around daybreak, changing over to all rain from south to north. Little to no accumulation for the city, 1 to 3 inches possible in the far northwest suburbs with a high near 40.
The holidays are here, and so is Wawa's holiday beverages with the new Caramel Sugar Cookie Iced Latte, a peppermint cookies and cream smoothie, or a hot peppermint mocha. But hurry, holiday flavors are only available while the season lasts.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, our go-to guy in anything really that happens in Washington of significance, Dom Giordano's show, is Chief Stephen's son, who many occasions we've talked about all manner of not just January 6th, but to be in that key position. He's the former chief of the U.S. Capitol Police. And with this shooting on Friday, as I said, I think with President Trump, he's talking more here about the bank shot, this Somali scandal of $1 billion on Medicaid, every bit as much as unvetted people coming in from Afghanistan. Let's go to the Chief on Talk Radio 1210. Chief, happy holidays. Merry Christmas to you. I forget the title of your book, Stephen.
Sorry about that. How are you doing, Dom? And
Very
happy
good.
holidays to you. It is Courage Under Fire, the definitive account from within the Capitol on January 6th.
And continuing after that, we need to have more of an addendum given all the stuff that comes out. You know, in that role, just a outside-the-box question, Chief of the U.S. Capitol Police, did you get intelligence shared ever with you about stuff like we're seeing play out in Washington with the National Guard, meaning, people that were on the radar screen of some intelligence organization with some kind of beef, like the guy we see, unfortunately, fire at the National Guard recently?
Absolutely. If we had a threat of some sort of coming to Washington, D.C., and it occurred many times, both when I was with D.C. and Capitol, we'd absolutely get those notifications, whether it was a classified briefing or just a regular intelligence bulletin. We'd absolutely get those. We'd share. Usually there's pretty good intelligence sharing with the various agencies in D.C., so it wasn't uncommon for us to get something like that.
As a leader, I haven't led people as you did nobly in this. I think it was a good move to reinforce by bringing in more National Guard. It's more of a message to say we're not going to back away on this. Is that a good move? Did we have enough there already? Would that breed resentment? How has it been recently, I'm asking, too, with the National Guard?
So the National Guard's been doing a really good job. I've talked with both community and the DC police members, and they continue to appreciate the support. They're a key player in the crime strategy of DC. I think, like you said it, the surging of 500 additional troops is really a statement that we're not going to be intimidated by these type of actions. And it absolutely was a deliberate assassination of two of our soldiers. I think it's more of a statement. I think crime's doing pretty well, although every time we come into the holidays, whether it's Thanksgiving and now into Christmas season, we'll always see a little bit of an uptick in crime. So I think that's starting to occur right now. So I think it's not a bad time to bring in a few extra men and women to see what we can help.
Talking with the former chief of the U.S. Capitol Police, Stephen Sutton. Stephen, I had somebody who's pretty savvy in law enforcement send me something. I don't know if the National Guard were wearing helmets. I don't know if that may have deflected a bullet or not. The uniform and all that, are they armed? Do all of them have firearms? And if so, what kind? And is a helmet too much? Does that send off something, I don't know, that's going to create problems? In other words, I want rules of engagement where, as best we can, they're not going to be in harm's way. And I know there's no perfect scenario. This guy just comes around the corner and opens fire. But what do you think of that, to try to have a presence to deter crime a bit, but make it as safe as possible? Can it be improved?
So, you think about that. They're wearing ballistic vests.
Right.
If they walk ballistic helmets, I mean, you'd be saying the same thing about law enforcement. Should they be wearing ballistic helmets all the time? You just never know when something like this is going to happen. It was a deliberate assassination. So whether they were wearing helmets, now we know that this individual was carrying a .357 revolver. There's actually a picture out waiting for the troops to walk around the corner. So even if they were wearing a helmet, he would have just shot right below the helmet. So I think there's always some counter to the protective measures. So I think he probably would have done something. You can try and do whatever you can, and it made it a little bit safer. But then it becomes just it's really cumbersome to be always wearing a helmet, and they're heavy. Kevlar helmets are heavy. So it's going to be a little painful. But again, it's something that would seize an armchair quarterback afterwards. The biggest thing would have been to keep somebody like this from getting to D.C. and getting in the country in the first.
Absolutely. All the way from Washington State, he drives here. Look, I try to understand the anger of some of the people who were injured on January 6th. But Officer Fanone is now going after Scott Jennings. He doesn't deserve a platform. He lies. He's as bad as Trump and all that. What do you think? He's one. There are several that are on media tours, and they have a right to express themselves. But they're posturing on this sometimes, like with the Scott Jennings, seems a bit much to me.
Well, I think it's a far reach of kind of their level of expertise. For me, I realize I'm a police officer, and I'm going to give you my point of view coming from 30 years of law enforcement. What concerns me is when you have a number of these law enforcement officers that were involved in January 6th one way or another, that their whole purpose in life right now is to make it political. For me, that's the last thing I want to do. For me, I want to give you the facts, just the facts. That's what I've always done as a police officer. And I think when you try and make it political, you really begin to demean and really take away from your law enforcement service you've had your entire career and the profession we served. So I don't think they're doing themselves any service. I don't think they're doing law enforcement any service by taking that position. I really don't know why somebody would want to listen to what they have to say about Scott Jennings. This person was a cop. Okay, tell me what you know about being a police officer, but I don't need you to tell me, what commentary I need to hear from people.
Now, I was hoping that people would give you platforms because you were a principal figure and it's part of her legacy, so to speak. Nancy Pelosi's retirement. Where were you when you heard that? Did you just have a sigh, or did you maybe throw back a shot or two after hearing that?
It was devastating because that was the very next day. It was 1:00 on January 7th. Again, I'd spoken to her 3 times that evening of January 6th, telling her what we were doing to get the Capitol back. To find out she was going to go on national TV and single me out by name and force my resignation was unbelievable. I hadn't slept in 38 hours. Yeah, it probably would have been nice to throw a couple back, but no, I just didn't have that opportunity.
Yeah.
I was there for my men and women, and if I knew then what I knew now, I absolutely would have never resigned. I would have fought it all the way and held a press conference in front of Capitol Police headquarters immediately to tell everything I knew. At the time, you're shell shocked. She should have just done a after action report and then find out what the real issues were, but I don't think that was her interest.
That's what I would advise people, that have asked me, Stephen, in your position 99% of the time. And I'm cautious with it because I don't want to make it worse for them. But given what you knew and what actually happened, if you had been able to fight it out, well, look, you've come back now, I hope, and I was going to ask you that things are starting to open up, that people realize you were one of the people that nobly dealt with all this and continue to do with this. So what are you doing now and what's next?
So I'm finding when I go places and I talk to people now, no longer am I like, oh, hey, I'm that guy from January 6th.
Right.
They're like, you're that guy. They know the story. They've seen me speak. They've seen me on a number of different outlets. They've heard me on your radio station. And they back me 100%. I haven't run into a single person yet that said, oh, you were the failure behind January 6th, because they know the truth. I haven't been shy in telling the truth. My story hasn't changed in 58 months, nor will it change. But it finally is beginning to work out. So I'm doing some teaching, doing some consulting, doing a lot of public speaking, getting a lot of requests to come and tell people, about what I went through on January 6th, how it affects, kind of the leader of an agency, and how to prepare, executives or leaders to be prepared for, the unthinkable, that something like this could happen, and better ways to handle it in the future. So it's been pretty good. I'm still fighting to get my retirement back that she stripped from me. Every day I think we get a little bit closer, but everything's glacier speed on the hill. So hopefully someday that'll happen. But for right now, I just keep pushing forward, trying to do the best for myself and my family.
Well, it's an honor to have you on. I remember the very first time, and every time the tone that you've adapted on this is spot on. So let's hope things open up even more. Chief, thank you as always. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you for the opportunity, Dom.
All right, there's Chief Stephen Son, and right from the very beginning, it's got to be double figures times we've talked with him. And this officer, Fanone, look, he was through a lot on January 6th. We get that. But you heard his point about the politics of this. Why in the world Scott Jennings? All right, there's a guy out there now. Henry, do you remember this cut? This is the guy who wants to deplatform Scott Jennings. You know what? I don't see that one. But we have a guy that was interviewed about what's wrong on CNN. He said, I like Abby Phillip, but this Scott Jennings guy, it's got to go. I mean, this guy's just paid to lie for a living. That's all that he does, principally around President Trump. So you're seeing this with the Jennings book out there now, and he's all over the media. More and more of this derangement syndrome. It's not like Trump derangement syndrome, but it's approaching levels we haven't seen with most media figures. And they identify it because of his book and because of what he says about Trump and Musk. We're going to get into all that with him. And it's unfolding beautifully. December 9th, we have him. Politics and Pints, the thing that we have the most fun with. I hope that you'll be part of it. If you've been, you know what I mean. If not, here's a great opportunity. It's at the Colonial Theater, which is over in Phoenixville. Get your tickets now, 2 tiers, and particularly the meet and greet tier. You get the book, you get the Christmas ornament for $12.10, and we'll have an hour and 15 minutes of people coming through and meeting backstage Scott Jennings. You really get a sense of the guy. I'll be there with him, and that's another great part of Politics and Pints. To get it, just go to 1210WPHT.com, 1210WPHT.com. You heard Chief Sund. And particularly, the guy is so evenly keeled. What Nancy Pelosi did to him is unforgivable. And the way he talked about Officer Fanone. And again, we give credit to people in law enforcement, and particularly, he did get injured that day, without a doubt. And some of these other guys. But Scott Jennings should be deplatformed because he's defending the indefensible with President Trump. That's why they're going after him, too. All right, 855-839-1210.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Breaking news. TurnersvilleJeep.com is reporting Jeep headquarters just released the lowest Jeep lease payments in years. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get into the Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck of your dreams. And with payments anyone can afford. Do not delay. These rock-bottom payments will not last. Go to TurnersvilleJeep.com and lock in one of these historic deals today.
Al Budicus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made, I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for one of our next events happening at Springfield Country Club on December 9th. Choose either the 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. event. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Join Dom Giordano for Navy League Philadelphia's annual watch party of the Army-Navy game, December 13th at Manayunk Brewery. It's an atmosphere like no other for college football's most patriotic tradition. Enjoy prize raffles along with great specials throughout the game. Tickets are on sale now for just $15 at NavyLeaguePhilly.org. All proceeds go to Navy League Philadelphia to support our local Sea Service members. You can become a member of Navy League Philly and help support our Sea Service members for just $25 a year. NavyLeaguePhilly.org.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's here. B101 is transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
Nick, what are you doing?
Well, Adam, Thanksgiving is over, so it's officially time for the holidays.
And it's time for our Legacy Box Cyber Monday sale. Legacy Box is the most meaningful gift you can give this holiday season. It's simple, safe, and has been trusted by millions.
That's right. It's our best sale of the year. Right now, when you go to LegacyBox.com, you can save an unreal 65% on your Legacy Box.
And for a limited time, you can preserve your tapes, film reels, and photos for as low as $27, saving you hundreds.
Hurry, our best sale of the year won't last long. Visit LegacyBox.com for an unreal 65% off during our Cyber Week sale. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
Shop our Cyber Week sale now at LegacyBox.com/value to take 65% off. Buy your Legacy Box today and send in when you're ready. LegacyBox.com/value.
All Dom Giordano listeners, follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Welcome to Inside Questions. Something connected to South American person, place, or thing. I'm looking, and I'll give you a little bit more. There's a little bit more out there, and it brings all the family business together on this Somali scam program. It involves fake charges of racism and coming out of the pandemic, COVID. Today's the day 6 years ago that we had the first evidence of anything that anybody started to take a look at of COVID. 6 years ago today, the first person who was publicized, and they immediately went, it's that wet market. What a ghastly idea. I'm sorry. the stuff they were saying. Oh, well, people have different tastes. Come on now, Dom. By the way, interesting gift. Macaroni and cheese, I think 65 boxes of it you get in a box. It looks like a TV set, a giant screen TV. Bringing that home, the whole thing. I think it only sells for, I have to look up the exact figure, $19, something like that.
Really?
And yet, it's sold out. People are going nuts because of the big screen TV thing with boxes of it in there. Great gag gift.
Mm-hmm.
It might be the gift of the year so far that I've seen. That's nothing other than make a mock-up of a big screen TV. You can't go wrong with that. And mac and cheese. I think it's 19-something, and that's perfectly priced. Okay, I'll give you the full details on this, though. It brings everything that's wrong together, including walls, and how they, this is one program, there are a bunch of them, though, that duped Medicaid. And the argument is from Somalia, you know, they don't respect that there's no government, really. Whatever government form there is corrupt, so your goal is to get what you can. You bring that here, and people get assimilated and realize that's not what you're supposed to be doing. Well, we can't assimilate anymore. You're not bound to assimilate. Let's go to Joe in Columbus on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Dom. I could see that gift being used as, you know, those cheap family Pollyannas, but how the heck do you bring it to someone's house?
Yes. I know it's the hottest gift. DJ is telling me he's going to buy a bunch of them. Who's he giving them to? That's right.
Yeah, buy a bunch of them. Let's see it fit them in your car.
Yeah. It's a big screen TV with 65 boxes in it, Joe.
Oh, Jesus. I can come up with better gift ideas.
Yeah, I know you could. Yeah.
How about a cowboy helmet?
How about them Cowboys, Joe? I got to say, they are on the march.
It's become interesting, thank God.
Well, sweaty palms, I think 2-7 could work out. They would play your Philadelphia Eagles. Oh, man.
And just for the record, I didn't come home post Cowboy game or Eagle game, especially Eagle game, and rub it in my boys' faces. I cannot and would not do that.
Because you know the comeuppance, it's an illegal order, and down the road you're going to go to jail for what they're going to do to you when the Eagles thrash them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and they can't. Well, my oldest son, he can't hold off, so he would have got very loud. So I'll let the schedule take care of itself.
All right. What's
hey,
your
Don, my answer was the post World War II retreat and safe harbor, and the documentaries are fascinating, Dom. The safe harbor for all Hitler's Nazi minions in Argentina, Brazil, and that whole region of South America.
That is a great one. And I remember reading a lot about the Israelis catching Eichmann, how detailed that was, what they did to get out of there, putting him on trial. Yeah, that's not made up. That's where a lot of them went. Eichmann was an example. That's a good one. That's outside the box. Something associated with South America is what we're looking for. All right, coming up, a little bit more detail. And it involves COVID. Remember the woman, the congresswoman now indicted from Florida, $5 million her family allegedly embezzled. That was COVID money again. How much COVID money never made it to where it should be, including, and this isn't embezzle, school districts, instead of doing what I would have done with that money, all out, one-on-one if possible, or small group, intense tutoring. That's what you have to do to make up for what happened. Nope. They hire more people, more patronage, more nonsense. How much of that happened? How much COVID money is still sloshing around? Like Obamacare, we got to continue with it because they did it during COVID. Maybe $1 trillion was spent that is shady at best. Today is the 6th anniversary when we had that first victim. At least we still didn't know it. I mean, we wouldn't have done the event at Mulligan's. I think it was like January 28th. When did Trump come to meet Van Drew? And it was unbelievable. That was the first time I think I had been to Mulligan's. Johnny actually had scrambled eggs and people were drinking Bloody Marys. And I remember Riccioli putting tape on his head somewhat like Bernie Sanders as a hospital patient when I arrived there at 6 o'clock and had trouble getting into the door. When we left later on, people were still sitting there drinking Bloody Marys. That's around noon. I was on 9 to noon then. It was incredible, the day. And yes, people were on the beach lined up to go inside. Hard to believe how many people. I mean, the Bolero had to turn on the hot water to accommodate people. They had to put the street lights on. That's how we met Mayor Pete, who wanted to charge for everything. And that was quite, and if you remember, allegations that they were messing with the roads, not fixing the roads to make it harder, and a little bridge to get to Wildwood. That was all of it. It was wild, just on that. Who knew that COVID was lurking in the background? 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
My job's not to get Jack Ciattarelli elected. My job is not to have Dave McCormick win. My job is to get ratings so I get a new contract. My job is to generate revenue so I'm financially irreplaceable. And my job is to give you some entertainment, try to inform you by doing some research, even though I haven't mastered run versus ran. I can't educate you on certain things. True. But by spending some time and doing some research, maybe provide you a factoid that you didn't have the time to look for. That's my job.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Bet 5. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
This December, Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too, with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you can get 0 interest for 5 years. Hurry, this sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Visit windownation.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Federal appeals judge here in Philly says New Jersey federal prosecutor Alina Habba has been in her role illegally. I-95 north from Washington Ave to Callowhill will close overnight this week to work on the I-95 cap. And we're expected to get our first dose of snow tonight, mostly north and west of the city in Bucks County.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
All right, it is Dom time. I can tell people are getting with this South American thing. They're centering in on Brazil almost exclusively out of all the countries there. That's a side question because the Venezuelan thing is hot. By the way, I have a little bit more on the Kraft mac and cheese Black Friday novelty box, sold out in seconds at Walmart. It is a 65-inch Mac Friday box in the form of a big screen TV. Sold at Walmart, went on sale online at midnight on Black Friday, was shaped like a flat screen TV, sold for $19.37, a reference to the year Kraft mac and cheese was introduced. The box contained 65 regular-sized boxes of the children's favorite, making the Black Friday deal a 75% discount. Normally retails mac and cheese Kraft $1.29, so it should have been like $65, $150, $78 roughly, maybe 77, 76. Instead, $19.37. What an idea. How does it work? Profit margin, et cetera, et cetera. If you say, and Joe is right, who is lugging that as a gift, or is it a college dormitory thing? Sold out in seconds. All right, novel idea. Got to get one of them. Not that I'm eating mac and cheese. All right, here is the other thing. And we'll try to get somebody on tomorrow. I think I know a couple people to be good on this. The whole thing that Trump is talking about is, yes, the shooting, the Afghani allegedly shooting our National Guard. But we're talking about a group, Badia Ungar Sargon, a group of Minnesota Somalis stealing maybe $1 billion from American taxpayers. They told the Minnesota Department of Ed, this is a part of the scandal, I think Medicaid's the other part, to pay up for their fake charity, or they would call them racist in the media. And it worked. Feeding Our Future, the nonprofit group, she says, it was the largest provider in the pandemic program. Okay, COVID. Notice the family business all coming together here. Responded with a warning. In an email, the group told the state agency that failing to promptly approve new applicants from minority-owned businesses would result in a lawsuit featuring accusations of racism that would be sprawled across the news. Feeding Our Future later sued the agency, which continued reimbursing claims and approving new sites in the months that followed. A report by Minnesota's nonpartisan Office of the Legislature Auditor about the lapses that enabled the meals fraud later found that the threat of litigation and of negative press affected how state officials used their regulatory power. And Walz, at some level, was knowledgeable on this, Tim Walz, et cetera. So look at the elements that we have here. Well, let's just break them down, at least 3, if not 4. You have the conglomeration of the Somalis there, coming from a country, as Trump said, and Mark Kelly just doesn't seem to understand that, where there's lawlessness, little or no government. So corruption and doing whatever you have to do, that's what you do. They come here, they don't assimilate because we don't have policies enforcing assimilation. They're in a very liberal state. When I filled in on Minnesota radio, I was told, oh, it's nice radio. Don't be doing what you do in Philadelphia. That kind of thing. That lasted about 15 seconds. I actually wrote on a piece of paper in front of me. And then after the first call, one of these liberals that was, can't you be more civil? That's it. I shifted into New York radio style. I was told with New York radio once, you're going to have to ratchet it up. And I did. It was exhausting. I did morning drive on afternoon drive on WOR. And man, there you talk about a free brawl. It's worse than here.
Really?
Yeah. And dropping down to Minnesota, it was like, don't speak too fast. It's the Midwest, Okay. So the second element, COVID money. The third element, we'll say racism. You don't want that. So they give them the money, and just to reinforce it, they still sue them. And I'm not even sure if this is part of the Medicaid thing. There's a Medicaid fraud thing going here. My point is this. This story is classic, just classic. It used to be you wouldn't have an immigrant group way back when getting away with this because they would have to be grateful about being here. Ilhan Omar, the representative, hasn't addressed this. She was lifted out of a refugee camp. And instead of that lifelong gratitude, All she wants to do is change the United, not tweak it, but change it fundamentally. Why did we lose that? Because progressives, the left, even liberals, they don't believe in assimilation should be mandatory anymore. Why can't people just, well, what do we have as the United States culture? Well, there is no United States culture. You know, just because you believe that, that doesn't mean it's American. Yet, I hear people like Mark Kelly and these others, Slotkin, throwing around the term un-American constantly about Trump. Yeah, I would say Trump's pretty American, Mark Kelly. And I'm starting to believe Mark Kelly, seeing him over the weekend, it wasn't just a dupe in this. He may have been the co-author of that 1 minute or so PSA about illegal orders. And just reinforce that thought, where it's come, watching Kelly, reading the Inquirer editorial on this, they're now trying the tactic to suggest or directly say to the military, you men are, I mean, look, we can't get at Trump. We know we can impeach him again. He doesn't care. The Supreme Court can't take him to court. Even when he gets out, they've made it. The actions, the president can do anything, which is not true. Okay? But that's what they're saying. But we can get at. Wasn't that a mentality? Isn't that what happened in Jersey, after all? Well, we can't get at Trump, but we're going to tear apart Jack Ciattarelli by voting for this tepid figure, Mikey Sherrill. And the Trump voters said, well, Trump's not on the ballot, so we're not coming out. The worst of all worlds. They're telling the military it is better, if possible, to err on the side of saying illegal order, illegal order. You might get into trouble. There might be something that happens here. We have your back. How would you like to have this gang having your back? Oh, yeah. The Houlihan has my back. Oh, my God, yes. Wow. Thank God for that. What are they going to do? In fact, I want to play it one more time because it illustrates exactly what I'm talking. This is cut 9. And listen to Kelly not answer a direct question. I'm surprised that Welker, the host of Meet the Press, that she did not. I would have said, you know, we got to get in the habit. Dom's way is this. If I hit a nugget, if I hit that gold nugget, you're not moving me off with anything. I'm going to keep drilling and drilling and drilling. If there's a gusher, I'm going down there and getting that oil. Instead, some of these people, you'll see it in presidential debates. I would probably have only really a couple of questions, and however the two candidates, your skill is, however the ball goes, to move the ball, throw the ball back and forth with those 2 or 3, whatever it is. Your skill is not to say, yeah, but what about the Middle East? It may not be that the Middle East is the issue. Once you seize upon the issue, if you're a host, stick with that. I wish we'd heard more of that. But anyhow, Kelly can't or won't answer about hitting the drug boats. Now, Welker made a good idea there. All right, tell us, would you, if you were a commander or at any level, would you defy that order? Would you say, I can't carry out that order? It's an illegal order to me. And this is one that is not in combat. If you do it, not when you get the order, but you know it's there and you're in the line of that and you say, nope, I can't follow that order, sir, and go to JAG and all that. He can't even answer that. And yet, listen to what he says at the end. That's the important thing. We're telling people in the military, you know, essentially, Trump's not going to be around forever. The Inquirer said, you do Trump's bidding, you may face a court someday. Who are these people that threaten people in the military? Say it was the drug order here, and they're following that. They should worry that they have to go before a tribunal someday. Just think of what kind of life do they want to have in the military? They want them to think that any order from Trump is going to get you in trouble, that there's a decent possibility that you're going to get in trouble if you do his bidding. We're going to come for all of you after Trump's gone. We can't get him, but you're involved in Trump up and down the line. You are going to get it. All right, here is Mark Kelly.
You can certainly go to the judge, advocate generals, the lawyers, and have a discussion about it. If you don't have time, you just say simply, I'm not going to do that. That's against the law.
It puts a lot of burden on the troops to make a decision in real time.
It puts a tremendous amount of burden on officers in the military, but that is their responsibility, and they can figure out, you know, a reasonable person can tell something that is legal and something that is illegal.
So would you refuse these specific orders to strike drug boats if you were still in uniform?
Well, the difference between the initial strike and what is being reported, as a second strike, and those things are different. I think this administration has tied themselves in knots, the explanations that we have received on how this is all legal. And I was saying weeks ago, my concern is with the service members, that we're gonna put these individuals in a really, really tough decision, in a tough place. And they may find out, down the road that they did something that is illegal. It is not fair to them. That's why we need presidents and Secretary of Defense who understand the Constitution, who understand the rule of law, and have more respect for the Constitution and the country and service members than the whims of a president.
Word salad, word salad, word salad. He completely, I don't think he's the best articulator of this. When asked about the drug boat, and Welker should have gone back, he moved to the second. Well, that's different than the first. Well, you haven't answered the first. Once and for all, did you order a code red? Just get Tom Cruise in here. Would you obey that order to hit these drug boats based upon what we know? Would you, yes or no? And if you say yes on this, then you're saying, well, this isn't an example of an illegal order. If you say no, you're saying this is an example of an illegal order. Because you won't answer, we still don't have an example of an illegal order. All you're telling them is, you know what? You know it and I know it. We can't get at Trump, but you may face this. What kind of military guy would put that on the military right now? She's right, the burden already. And not even commanders, others that are involved. Would you do it or would you not do it? And I'm looking at, in the crosshairs, one of these boats. There's no way these are fishing boats. Oh, my God. These are so obvious to anybody. Just the way they're decked out, the outboard motors they have, the shape of the boat. They have to ride waves, and maybe they're going 150 plus, which is unbelievable. How would you not see that and say, yes, that's exactly what they're up to? What other reason is there? So is this a legal order? Now, Supreme Court's deficient here, too. This is a matter of immediacy. I'd like to see them get involved sooner rather than later. I know they have their own timetable. Get involved in it. The nation needs to know this. But Mark Kelly whiffed again, except the next level. Let's like the military believe years from now, they can be dragged in war crime or something like that. Do you want that? Well, you wouldn't say whether you would refuse this order. So what are you telling them here? Instead, they're still enamored. He's an astronaut. He served in the military and all that. You can't question him, only to a certain point. All right, hit us on the side question today on the all-time South American connection, one sort or another. Joe's was tremendous. I see a lot of Brazilian here. Let's take one on kind of the fun side here. It's true, though. Let's go to Greg in the Northeast. Hey, Greg, good afternoon. What do you have today?
Hey, Dominic, guys, how you doing?
Good.
First of all, let me get to that Mark Kelly thing before we get off track on what I'm about to say.
Sure.
He's now starting to. First, he's the word salad king. He's Kamala Harris. Now he's starting to his answers are now backtracking. He's getting a little scared that they're really going to follow up on some court-martial papers, which they should, because he's the only ranking member that can be prosecuted. So what he's doing now is he's just throwing a bunch of stuff on the wall, and he's realizing this may not stick, and he could be in trouble. So
that's another great insight. And I put it this way before: he had the fig.
You cannot say that.
Yeah, Greg, he had the fig leaf before. I'm looking out for you. You don't want to feel bad that you did an illegal order. Now he's shifting it to, well, you do an illegal order, you're going to feel bad in the future for yourself because you're going to be in court, maybe a war crime. My God.
Yeah, a war crime, and then now he drops the mention of the other soldiers feeling that way, How about future presidents bringing up the Constitution? All this nonsense that he knows, nonsensical stuff that he's bringing up, knows that he's probably in trouble. Slotkin, same thing. She's CIA personnel. They know what's going on. She just cannot be prosecuted, I believe I heard. But, he's running scared now, as he should, and I hope they go after him and take his rank away. Because you cannot plant that seed.
That would be the fitting thing. He loses rank and pension and all that. That's exactly what the punishment should be here.
Right. Now, more importantly, enough of all this mess. The South America thing. Right, let's get serious. How about the Brazilian wax?
How about that wax? Yes.
Home run.
Oh, home run, yes. It's outside those Brazilians. Oh, man, they're waxing. You mean, wait a minute, I never knew the Brazilians were good at the floor waxing. Is that what you're talking about?
I guess they're good. We can't have the women looking like Gabe Kaplan, if you know what I'm talking about. So we need that.
Kaplan. Thank you very much, Gabe Kaplan. Oh, that guy'd be a good co-host of a talk radio thing. God knows what he was in.
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah, definitely. With the, remember, we knew Tucker Carlson was nuts. Why? He had that guy on TV and the family jewels being tanned and all. And he talked about the sun redeemed. Right there, I said to Ro, that's it. This guy is way out. I didn't know demons would be next.
Right.
That's that is
Right.
an excellent call all the way around. And the payoff, I saw the payoff up there. Yeah.
Yep.
That might be the leader in the clubhouse. Can we top that? Come on, you dig deep here. Something connected with South America. But first, let's get into, we got a pair of tickets to see Chicago and Styx. That's July 21st. Wow. 2026 at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale. Are you a fan, Henry? I'm a fan of Chicago.
Yeah, I think Chicago's awesome.
Yeah. How about the other?
I love
Styx. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of Pittsburgh fans out there might love to see this show, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
Including
Chicago, definitely. Tickets go on sale 10 a.m. on Friday, December 5th at Ticketmaster.com. All right, Henry, what's your side today?
Dom. So for today, on the side question, we're asking for someone or something associated with South America.
Right.
And someone who's definitely associated with South America is international superstar Shakira, who herself is Colombian. So simply put, I'm going to play Shakira's #1 hit, Hips Don't Lie. However... You know there's going to be a twist to this.
Yeah, we hope so. Hopefully no waxing twist.
Yeah, no. Actually, we're going the opposite way, Dom. We're going PG. Hips Don't Lie. It's obviously a provocative title, provocative song.
Right.
So I'm going to give you a kind of a Kids Bop-esque version of it. And, of course, it's going to be sang in a different language. In this country where they speak this language, they do have some more regional dialects. I'm going to read them here for you. So one of the regional dialects they have is Frisian.
Okay.
Okay. Papiamento.
All right.
Low Saxon. And Limburgish. All right. So this country in which I'm going to play this Shakira cover speaks all those different languages in addition to Spanish. 5% of this country speaks Spanish, which I thought... I wasn't sure what I was expecting. It's a European country, so I guess I can't expect too many Spanish speakers, but 5%. So I want this European country. I want either the language you're going to hear or the country in which it hails from. Let's take a listen. This country speaks Frisian, Dom. Frisian.
Okay, hit us with that, and you are off to a really nice prize. Thank you, Walter Kosk. Here's how you do it. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. That's a big event. Our big event next in the Politics and Pints. I knew this guy was big, but what's happened on this book tour? Coming up, I'm going to play you the officer at the guy who's the main force on January 6th saying, take Scott Jennings off the air. Doesn't deserve a platform. I suffered, and Jennings is torturing me still by being on CNN. Derangement syndrome. Get your tickets. Join us with Scott and his brand new book, December 9th at the Colonial in Phoenixville. Go to 1210WPHT.com, 1210WPHT.com.
The holidays are here, and it's time to give back. Join us for the 7th Annual Piazza Auto Group Toy Drive, along with the Salvation Army, and help kids right here in our communities. Friday, December 5th, from 6 a.m. till noon. Stop by as we broadcast live from Piazza Honda in Springfield, right off Baltimore Pike. Bring a new unwrapped toy and celebrate the season with us. Plus, you can grab a picture with our own St. Nick, Kale dressed up as Santa, plus Dawn the Elf and Greg the Grinch. This Friday morning, 6 till noon at Piazza Honda Springfield with Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Start your collectible coin journey today with the first ever Seuss coin. Hip, hip, hooray! The Grinch is here for all to see. DrSeussCoins.com kicks off your collecting spree. Now, for the first time ever, Rare Collectibles TV has licensed Dr. Seuss's beloved creations, making them come to life on collectible, adorable coins. Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 examples have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com, DrSeussCoins.com.
Inflation, interest rates, and the Fed. How to make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Pump up your energy savings with the new Bradford White Aerotherm G2, the only hybrid electric heat pump water heater manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. It's a Bradford White, so it's built to be the best for years of reliable performance, top efficiency, and energy savings. Plus, rebates and tax credits could save you thousands more. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing pro about the Aerotherm heat pump water heater and visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Yo, Doylestown, we know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
It's the Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is exactly right. All right, you heard Shakira mention, you heard a cover of that. We're looking for the country here because the languages are all over the place. So let's hear the clue.
Want the main language in this country or the country.
Okay, and I think Shakira outdueled Jennifer Lopez in that. How would you like to be in the middle of that backstage? Those two
Catfight.
divas. Oh man, yeah, I think Lopez lost.
Same.
Shakira looked better. Putting the two of them in there together was kind of dicey. Tuba, is it tuba?
Yeah.
Yeah, tuba. Okay, and I don't see too many tubas every day. Female in Flower Town.
Yeah,
Hey, tuba. What is the country?
Is it Basque?
Well,
No,
Basque,
it's not.
Basque is not the country, but it is something useful, I think.
I guess. But
Yeah, I
I'm not sure I'm
know a
familiar
little
with
bit
that.
about the Basque. Yeah. There. Okay, Patty in West Grove. Patty, what's the country?
The Netherlands.
All right. Yeah, I would have guessed the Basque too, based upon Henry's clues. But a lot of people speak. Well, 5% speak Spanish in the
Netherlands. Yeah.
Right.
Patty, you're the winner. Enjoy. Big prize. I think we might have it again tomorrow once Walter gets going there.
I think so.
See Chicago and Styx July 21st, 2026 at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Don't forget tomorrow at noon. Big issues, big guest. We will have on board my buddy Scott Jennings, who is just lights out on this book tour. Here is Officer Fanone. I'm not sure if he was a sergeant or not on January 6th. Listen to what he says. And this is very reminiscent. This is the guy. And look, served. He was in you heard Stephen's son. He was in the Capitol Police, et cetera. He was injured. Okay. Or I think he's the one who had the heart attack. Okay. But son making the point, how does this guy make this political constantly? The Trump part, Trump derangement syndrome, we know about that. Now you're starting to see Scott Jennings. He's one of only a few because Jennings has been in 50 media outlets and the book is out there. His prominence on CNN, it's much must-watch TV to see him take on one after. I mean, he's got Carolyn Zeta-Jones going after him now because the Sun was on there and the Sun just started prattling on and Jennings just waited, made the face, and then dismantled him. The kid looked like the soup Nazi when people freeze, the way that it happened to him. He shouldn't have been in the ring with Scott Jennings. They put him in there because he's the son of Michael Douglas and Catherine Zeta-Jones, I guess, and a big Democrat. Here's Fanone now, his take on Scott Jennings.
From a place of honesty, they're not debating from,
officer.
They're not operating off the same set of facts. And to me, it just seems as though it's the same reason I tell people all the time, I don't have any interest in debating MAGA. I'm not going to sit here and debate with you about, whether it's inhumane or unconstitutional to go in and rip people away from their families and deport them with no due process. That's not a debate for me. It's not a debate for me to tell you about my experience on January 6th. I couldn't care less about convincing you.
Right.
The only thing that I want to do is defeat you. I want to remove you and your extremist ideology from our political discourse in this country because I find it to be unhealthy.
So I've had that conversation with a few people also. So let me say, I'll ask you this. My cousin, I watch the Abby Phillips. Well, I watch clips. Let's just say I prefer to read through the transcript myself. But so I feel like, isn't there some utility? Basically, that show is Scott Jennings getting his ass kicked up and down the block every night. Is there no utility to that, do you think? To expose I mean, she'll just flat out say, you're wrong. I mean, she called him, she said he lied on Twitter. She won't call him a liar to his face that I've seen. But she'll,
Right.
go ahead.
But that's the problem. If she was to go on that show and say, what you're saying right now, Scott Jennings or whatever, is a lie.
Yeah.
Like, you're lying. But she does it on in other venues. And the other thing she's doing is she's elevated Scott Jennings' platform to a position now where he has this, tremendous podcast, and he's become a darling of the right. Like, people like that do not deserve a platform.
All right, there
Scott
we go.
Jennings
Right there. You're going to hold that one for tomorrow, too, Henry. Yeah, Scott Jennings. This guy ought to go on and debate him. Let's see. Scott Jennings is losing every night, this guy. I cleaned it up a little bit. Not for nothing, they get the commentator there. And I've been part of that podcast. That's probably what set it off when he took our interview with
Saw
him.
that episode and was
Put
like,
it in the
that's
podcast.
enough.
It's the book tour. It's the book that Trump signs off into and says, take that fake news. It's Elon Musk in the book. And the fact that they can't beat him. That they, you can't bring a kid, the Midas Touch kid, I feel sorry for, and the Catherine Zeta-Jones son. Maybe bring Catherine Zeta-Jones and Michael Douglas in. My programming idea, put in more chairs, have like a giant thing, and keep on tagging in one liberal after another. Ding! And Scott Jennings makes the face. Oh, my God. Get him out of there. He's making that face again. We can't have the platform.
I think you should have both parents behind him, like one hand on each shoulder.
Whispering in his ear.
Whispering in
I'll
his
say
ear.
this to Jennings. Oh, God. I wonder if he would come on. Henry, mark him down after the show. We'll talk about that.
Okay.
I'd love to hear his, and we could replay it. If time permits, I'm trying to mark that too. That's one of the ones I'd like to show. I'm trying to put a montage together for December 9th. Because there's a great screen right behind us at the Colonial. We did an event there with Jennings, with every other host, the other three hosts. And it was spectacular, the gravy sauce debate in full color. But can you imagine Catherine Zeta-Jones going after this guy? And Jennings said I'd invite her to a nice seafood restaurant if that's her pleasure. Oh, my God. All right. Phoenixville, main event, Politics and Pints. Scott Jennings, he's on tomorrow at noon, and I'll give you, a little bit of the flavor of what you'll be hearing at night. But we got him for the meet and greet, which listeners love. The last one I did with that was with Don Trump Jr. This one is more moderately priced. You get the book, you get Jennings, you get the Talk Radio 1210 in-demand Christmas ornament, among other things. So get your tickets now. Just go to 1210WPHT.com. I wouldn't debate that guy. I know you wouldn't debate him, I might ask this side question about who in America do you think has enough moxie, would not overplay it, would be a good sparring partner with Scott Jennings in there? I'm trying to think of who it is. Bill Maher might be good with them. Because Bill Maher is not going to say extreme stuff and the others. Yeah, they're going to spar.
They'd have a middle ground.
Yeah, on the issues. Yeah.
This guy's not willing to even admit there's another side to an argument.
Yeah, right. And who is this guy?
Yeah.
If you think he's the one getting beaten up every night, why is he the star then? Why is that? Is CNN just showing a guy getting no?
Yeah. And then
he's the star because of those people on the other chairs are the ones that are firing in. Yeah. All right, so go to 1210WPHT.com. 1210WPHT.com. That's where to go to get your tickets, and we will see you a week from tomorrow. Right now at Rescue Natural Supplements, take advantage of the huge Black Friday savings. We're talking discounts up to 80% off on high-quality, carefully crafted natural formulas for just about all of your health and wellness needs. For over 40 years, Rescue has used clinically tested vitamins, nutrients, antioxidants, and patented ingredients to perfect their all-natural supplement blends. Don't wait to grab exactly what you need at all-time high discounts. This Black Friday sale ends Tuesday at midnight, including popular supplements from immunity boosters and blood pressure health to natural brain focus and energy enhancers. That's right. You'll get slash prices up to 80% off on Rescue's wide array of wellness products like trusted cholesterol support or high-intensity omega-3s. Stop waiting to improve your well-being and get these limited time deals at res-q.com or call an res-q product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483 or online at res-q.com for up to 80% off until this Tuesday at midnight. Shop today, save, and start actually feeling better with high-quality health essentials. Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Thrilled to be bringing Scott Jennings to the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville for our next Politics and Pints on the 9th of December at 7:30. His book, President Trump Says, is directly inspired by my inaugural address. No fake news. There's Jennings derangement syndrome across the country now because of all this. You'll get it all. Get your tickets now. Go to 1210WPHT.com, 1210WPHT.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Horizon Plumbing and Electrical knows that if your old water heater conks out from Aunt Gail's 2-hour showers this holiday season, or your decorations keep tripping the breakers, well, then everything falls apart. That's why you can count on Horizon this season for 0% financing on installs, plus a plumbing or electrical inspection for just $99. So we can address any clogs or hums ahead of time. And as always, we're here to help with same-day emergency service, even on holidays. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show, 855-839-1210. Had a great call. Lead-off call today from Agatha over in Medford that several people have commented on, asking where are the Republicans when you see stuff like this. It's become entrenched, not just the Afghan guy, not just several of them threatening all kinds of plots to kill us, but the Somalians in Minnesota, both Medicaid and then this other that I told you today of all days, COVID related, that it's breaking tens of millions of dollars in one instance, maybe $1 billion in the other, threatening if you say anything to the media or to the watchdog groups, then we are going to scream racism. And they did, and will file suit on it. So here are people lifted out of a war-torn, crazy country. We bring them here, and Not every single person, but Ilhan Omar is their representative. Why? She's the face of ingratitude. She attacks the country routinely. Wouldn't you think some Somali would come up that would be welcomed by the people, that reinforce the idea, boy, thank God we made it here? No, Ilhan Omar. Not as hateful as Tlaib, but just an inch away, right there. Let's go to Gary in Newtown on Talk Radio 1210. He's got a reaction to that. Hey, Gary, welcome in.
Hey, Dom, how are you? I was listening to Agatha, and I'm going, oh, my God. 79 years old, can you grow a pair? Or when you get a pair? Come on. That's the call. She should be one in the lineup for the caller of the year.
You know what? Yeah, tag that. We're about ready.
Promo alert.
Yeah, we're about ready to start doing it. Yes, please, Henry, consider that your promo trail. And Gary, she was calming down after the initial when she called Kirk here. Yeah.
I've been wanting to ask you for years. For years, I've been wondering, like, do you drink coffee to get energized? Because sometimes when you were on in the morning, I would just have to wait to hear the beginning of your show and then think, I don't need coffee today.
Oh, no, I'm a big tea drinker. And little story, we once had a tea sponsor. We might have another one. I didn't know. I thought the tea bags, Henry, that the salesman brought in looked pretty big. I put in my normal amount. Oh, my God, by about 30 minutes in, spaceships were appearing. Yes, it was Salada Peach, and they were gigantic. And I just thought, well, apparently you make a picture with them. Oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
Bouncing off the wall.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Gary. So it's the tea.
I'm gonna give her my opinion because I was where she was years, and then I realized the answer is we have to go get ID to get on a plane. We have to have ID to go get drugs. We have to have ID to rent a car.
Mm-hmm.
But until we have an ID to vote, we will continue to have this.
Exactly. By the way, Gary, and I'm checking on this, the real ID, if you don't have the ID to get on the plane, they're going to charge you $45. I thought they weren't going to let you on the plane. And I'm trying to, is this all part of this real ID scam? Because remember, we gave real ID to that maniac truck driver from Pennsylvania that got CDL license and a real ID, even though he's wanted for terrorism.
That was actually right at the call. I almost drove off the side of the road when I heard you tell me that one. Yeah,
exactly. So, Gary, you got his side today?
I'm going to stick with. It's funny. I was on the hold with Kirk, and Robert was giving my answer. I didn't tell him. And I'll stick with Peru. Peru is La Rinconda, which is in Peru, estimated elevation 15,730 above sea level, and a population just under 30,000, which is the size of a town.
Our town at 17,000 feet or so. What could be so different? That's good. By the way, I have Stacey Garrity on with her on campaign, and I said this on Friday, doing other important things, and you may have missed it, that this still saved it. This writes as a headline, people care about is affordability. And Stacey Garrity on a right-wing show starts talking about CDL licenses. Can you imagine? Stacey Garrity is meat and potatoes, rural Pennsylvania, much different than Josh Shapiro. We were talking about the fact that this maniac got a CDL license and a real ID and was caught in Kansas driving a big rig. So, of course, she said, where she goes, people are talking about this. They're still talking about the other. They said on this right-leaning, I'm fine with that. When do they ever announce on this left-leaning show? Guys, you give it away. I'm going for the coverage. Knock yourself out. Stacey Garrity, though, has to push back even harder and get more name recognition here. And she is talking exactly about what people care about. One of the reasons Trump got elected. How in the world do we have these people that would kill us on the highways with CDL licenses that can't speak English and they have a real ID? So I read where you're going to be charged $45 to fly, and you have to fly online that you don't have a real ID. I thought you would not be allowed to fly either a real ID or a passport, we were told. And I'm changed. That's why we had people scrambling to stupid real ID, which, as predicted then, is not really a real ID. And we make the point, we got to go through that. But to Gary's point, when it comes to voting, nope, what are you, some kind of racist or something? And I'd have to say, top 10 moments, and we might play it again tomorrow. Admiral Joe Sestak debating me at Cheney State and saying, we had this woman, she's approaching 90, and she didn't have proper identification to be able to do that. And I said, well, let's drop everything. Let's go off this and I'll help you have your driving. He goes, already taking care of it. You may bring to, well, why did you bring it up? And he tells the host, that's what's wrong on him. He doesn't understand two officers. I don't know if he ever, God only knows what he would say about illegal orders. Yeah, he might. He's a good guy. He's willing to come on. All right, so it is the lightning round next. It is with something associated with South America.
Company weekday morning, 6 till 10.
I'm not going to get really elected. Job is to have Dave McCormick win. My job is to get ratings, so I get a new contract. My job is to generate revenue, so I'm financially irreplaceable. My job is to give some entertainment, try to inform some research. No, I haven't mastered run versus ran. I can't educate you on certain things. Sure. But by spending some time research, maybe provide you a factoid that you have time to look for. That's my job.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday morning, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
You want to spread around Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you Christmas music all day, every day. Only on Philly's official Chris station.
Financial group is not a law shop dowel. Definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact Short or West Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now. Get 800-243-3131.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing for everyone. This Cyber Monday, enjoy a mix of savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's this hearing research shows that
Inquirer editorial, and they said Trump is lit from prosecution thanks to a Supreme Court ruling last year that placed precedents. Untrue, but okay, let's go with that for a second. The same cannot be said for those who do Trump's. Where we're going now, and Mark, we played that. They're saying on the side of it might be hard to refuse an illegal order. You're a hero if you do. Now you're saying the Inquirer and others. You know what? Trump's going to be gone. We may not be able to get. We'll impeach him again if you not enough votes to get him out of office. We realize that, and we probably can't get him criminally after that. You are going to be the fall persons. That's right. Keep that in mind every day. A whim. You follow that whim. If you think there's big trouble now refusing an order, think about what it's like. What did they call that in South Africa? They called it some kind of commission when they came in and got even, and it was ghastly what happened, except for the hero Mandela, who calmed it down a bit. That's what they're talking about. We're going to go back and we're going to get you for that. Is that where you want to go? So what are you going to do? All right, let's go to Zenos, Upper Darby. He's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Zenos.
Good afternoon, Dom. You and your friends, I hope you had a good... That you're taking some of that money and funneling it to the Horn of Africa and other parts of Africa for terrorism. They're using our money for terroristic purpose. These Somalis out Elmer Fudd is running the show up there.
Elmer Fudd.
Elmer Fudd-like character, and he doesn't speak quite as well as Elmer Fudd, but there's the jazz hands, so that, he can communicate.
Exactly, and that's where our tax and all these people should be vetted. Every single one of them, from Somalia, wherever they come in, even from European countries. That's the way I feel, because they're hijacking our country. Now, I'm going to get to the question of the week. People don't. Synonymous was Butch Cassidy and the Dance Kid, or synonymous with South America. After they blew up the train in Junction, Wyoming, they used too much dynamite, and it was dollar bills, and they skedaddled out of there because the Pinkertons were looking for it. They set up ranching, and then they got bored of ranching, and then they started robbing banks down there, I think, until they met their demise in Bolivia. So no more... No more Brazil. I talked to Argentina.
Bolivia. Gotcha very much. Bill in Bucks. Bill, what is yours?
Well, my side answer today is obviously South America, and it's an event that occurs down there. Bigger than Mardi Gras, bigger than Fantasy Fest. It is in Rio de Janeiro. It is Carnival.
That is a big one. Yep, at Rio, around the world, Carnival. Chef Dave in Oakland. Dave, what's yours?
Dom, the beautiful babes from South America with the beautiful booties.
Well, when they have the Miss Universe contest, I like to say, not Miss America, just go to Pashunk and Mifflin right now. The first 5 to walk by, put them in order. But then there is having to deal with Colombia and Paraguay and Brazil and all. Yeah, they're tough. And the judges, they're not in the Miss America thing. All right, what are you going to do about world hunger? Henry, did you know I judged the Miss Kensington contest? I wish we had footage.
Really?
8 hours of it at a banquet hall in Kensington.
Oh, man.
And they actually said they had questions about world hunger and all. Oh, my God.
Oh, boy.
Every time I tell people, that's how he's making it up.
Was it blank stares?
8 hours of it. Oh, my God. We did get a Miss Kensington. All right, Kirk, what's yours?
So, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to go with Greg from Northeast.
Yeah. Brazilian wax.
Yep.
That was a pretty stunning answer.
Exactly right.
Yeah, we got to go with Greg in the Northeast. Greg goes into the hat today. Don't forget Dom's Money Melody. Probably tomorrow we might have those Chicago tickets.
I would think so.
Yep. And also we do have great space at Colonial Theater to get your tickets. It's Scott Jennings' Derangement Syndrome. Boy, we got another week of him on tour. By the time we get him there on the 9th, this guy is setting the other side off. Catherine Zeta-Jones may challenge him to a duel. Who knows? At that point, get those tickets. It's easy to do. And get the meet and greet tier. That's the thing to get. Go to 1210WPHT.com, 1210WPHT.com. Tip of the hat again to Kirk, who showed up at 4:30 on Friday and worked through my show.
Thanks.
Wait a minute. He didn't do the 3 o'clock show?
No, I was out.
If you want to be called the Iron Man of Talk Radio 1210.
Thanks, I appreciate
it. And also to Jim Kelly, who takes the day off, and the whole producer world
producer ecosystem collapses.
Exactly right. I was my lonesome, but thank you very much.
Thanks,
I appreciate
guys,
it.
And thanks to Henry as always, too. Rich Cioli is next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Win big this winter with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning.